We are now live.
All right, everybody. This is the opening of the Santa Rosa City School Board of Education for February 24th, 2021. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Unmute yourselves so we can all say it together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice for all.
Nice
All
job.
right, thank you. I have a report of actions taken in closed session, and I'm just going to read them out. During the closed session, the board voted 7-0 to authorize the district superintendent to adopt resolution number 2020/21-42 to notify 4 probationary certificated employees that they will be non-reelected for the 2021-2022 school year pursuant to Ed Code section 44-929.21. Second one of 3, the board voted 7-0 to authorize the district superintendent to adopt resolution number 2020/21-43 to notify 1 administrator, 1.0 FTE, that they may be released or possibly reassigned from their position for the 2021-22 school year pursuant to Ed Code section 44-951. And the last action taken in closed session was that the board voted 7-0 to authorize the district superintendent to adopt resolution number 2020/21-44 to take action regarding the reduction or elimination of particular kinds of services to decrease the number of certificated positions by the equivalent of 1.0 FTE full-time position pursuant to Ed Code section 44-949 and 44-955 for the 2021-22 school year. There were no items considered in closed session for action in open session. Board members, are there any statements of abstention tonight? Seeing none. Board members, are there any, or district, Diane, superintendent, any adjustments to the agenda? Director Omar Medina.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item F8 under consent items up for discussion. And then I would like to request that we address items E1 and E2 immediately after public comment.
Okay, we're pulling F8. And you're talking about the E items before all the reports, including superintendent report and our union reports? I can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Oh, just items E1 and E2.
So have any board discussion about that? I know our parents would love that. I haven't warned anybody giving reports tonight, and I would like to hear a superintendent report before we have those comments. I'd like to do this, but I'd like to do it in advance before we just change things right now at the minute. So I understand the reasoning for that, but let's take a look at this for future in advance, please. Director Medina.
Well, can we vote on it then?
Yeah, Director Medina, what I'm hearing is you're requesting adjustment of the agenda to move those 2 items after, okay, public comment. So I think President Fong, it's a motion on the, it's a motion. And so I think you have to honor that and go through the process of calling for a second, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Superintendent Kitamura. Director De La Cruz.
Sure, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to Director Medina's motion and hear the superintendent and the 2 labor organization reports before we jump into E1 and E2.
I'm fine by that.
Second? I didn't hear the second.
Sorry, I want to let you know that I'm going to not have a superintendent's report tonight because I have the two items and all of my remarks will be addressed within those two items. So it would just be the two employee associations and teachers union.
Second,
Okay, so the motion is to have E1 and E2 before the other items. The
E1
only
and-
thing first would be the labor reports, the union reports.
Yeah. So basically the motion is now for E1 and E2 to go after the SRTA report,
so after D1 and D2.
after D2.
And so that leaves board president report and board member reports would be after E2. Is that what you're also proposing?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a motion made by Omar Medina, seconded by Jill McCormick, with a friendly amendment by Director De La Cruz. Let's have that roll call vote.
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Flores,
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. And thank you, Dr. Kidmore, for talking to me about the adjustment to the agenda. Thought we'd move on from that, and Director De La Cruz for that friendly amendment, because I wanted to make sure we heard from our unions. Thank you, Director Medina. We are now at public comment on non-agenda items. And these are going
President Fong, excuse me, would you like to call for the public to, if they have any F items that they
Yes.
want to comment on, to do it at this time?
Okay. Third time's a charm. I will remember next time. This is the second time. Could you call for that, please?
Sure. So if there are members of the public in attendance that would like to comment on something in the F section of the agenda, that's the consent items, please raise your hand at this time so that we can note the item and your name. This is a call for any public comment on a consent item in the F section. And it looks like we do not have hands. Well, we have one hand.
All right.
One moment, please. Perhaps it was a hand raised in error. I see it is gone now. So it looks like President Fong, we do not have any hands for consent items.
Okay. No public comment tonight on non-agenda items though. So that is closed. We are moving to the CSCA report. Do we have President Alfonso here?
Wait, hold on. Did it? I thought that that was a call for public comment on consent items, not non-agenda items. Was I wrong?
No, you were
No,
correct.
you're right. You're right.
Now we're
I'm
on
sorry.
C6, yes. So now we are calling for public comment on non-agenda items. At this time, if you'd like to comment on something that is not on the agenda, please raise your hand. And please do not comment at this time on, for example, the return to school plan or the resolution for return to hybrid instruction, because those will be coming up later in the meeting. So this is non-agenda items. And the first comment is Micah Carlin Goldberg. And I'm going to ask Adina if you could move Micah over, please.
Sure.
Hello, I apologize. I meant to comment on one of the consent items and I didn't quite make it to the raise hand button because I was reading to children before I heard. Would it be all right if I commented on one of the consent items?
Which one is it?
I wanted to comment on the CSCA opener. It's consent item, where was it? No, sorry, personnel transactions, my bad. It's F2.
Okay, we will call you. You're going to talk about it. We'll pull F2 at that point in the agenda, and you can comment on it then.
That is fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Micah.
Mhm.
Thank you, Ms. Omar Medina, for reminding me where we are in this. I apologize. There's a lot going on in this household right now.
So now we're calling once again for any members of the public who want to comment on a non-agenda item. This is the last call for that. And President Fong, there are no hands raised.
All right, President Alfonso, Csca Chapter 75.
There will be no report for President Alfonso this evening.
Thank you. And President Will Lyon of Srta.
Will is on his way over.
I think I did it. Woohoo! $5 gonna stay in my pocket this week. Good evening, President Fong, Dr. Kitamura, members of the board. I just wanted, there's been sort of an emotional shift. Things have been real heavy for teachers, been a rough couple of weeks, taking a lot of hits kind of thing. I don't want to talk about that, but I wanted to mention that we've made some progress the last couple of weeks that that encourages me. I specifically want to thank Dr. Kitamura for setting a new target date of April 1.
Will,
President Lyon, I think the wind is affecting your speaker. It's really hard to hear you.
Can you hear me now? I don't know what to tell you. When I started the Zoom meeting, it was not this windy. I'll just keep it super short then. And if you can't hear me, it is what it is. But I'm going to do that so you don't look up my nose. I saw some of you trying to look up my nose, and I'm disappointed in it. Keep your eyes low. Hey, we're making some progress. I wanted to mention that the shift to the target date of April 1 is a welcome shift. What's different about even a week ago, 2 weeks ago, we are getting teachers that are, we've always wanted to get back in, and it's starting to get where we can see it. Like we're like almost there, right? April 1 is right there. That looks like a much more realistic date to hit all of our safety guidelines. It looks like we got a shot to get our staffing done. I think the vaccines are going to take care of themselves. They aren't available from Csca, but we are having teachers that are figuring out how to get their vaccine in other ways, such that it feels like April 1 is a realistic target date. We still may not make it, but I just wanted to reiterate that was a welcome shift, and that we want to be partners with the district, and we're working hard at the negotiating team. We've had a lot of progress even since last Wednesday on that. There are a lot of things going right. There are a gazillion things left to do. And we have to recognize that school is going to look different, but we're going to get back into those classrooms, and we are going to keep our kids safe, and we are going to help them connect to each other and to their teachers. And I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that those shifts are happening in a positive way. Plenty of work to do, but thank you for that shifting to April 1, and let's keep working together and make it happen. Good night, y'all.
Thank you, President Lyon. All right, we are moving now to discussion action item E1. This is an action item, approval of the return to school plan 3.0. Dr. Kitamura will be presenting this plan to us to review and adopt.
thank you, President Fong, members of the board. Together with my cabinet team, we're going to not go page by page on the RTS, but what we're going to do is we're going to highlight the areas which have been edited, modified, changed from RTS 2.0. Before I get started with this, I have to say again, a huge, huge, huge thank you and appreciation to all of the members of the community who have been with us on this journey of this RTS, all of the members of the teaching and classified staff, all of the administrators and students who participated in creating and carrying through these RTS plans in versions 1, 2, and 3. So thank you so much for that. And thank you for helping to build a foundation from which we could build. So actually items 1 and 2 are going to kind of be presented together. We'll do the RTS plan. We'll move through some of the documents to be able to present them. And we'll do it more in this arena versus this item versus in the resolution because they're very much connected. So in getting started, let's just go through. The team knows that they have pages in which they want to highlight for the board and the public. And so I'll ask them to unmute themselves and I'm going to be the page turner right now. And so whose pages do we need to go to first?
Dr. Kitamura, I can start if you'd like.
Okay.
I really would appreciate if you could go to pages 48 through 50.
Okay. I am actually going to see if I can go here. So did you guys notice that? You can click on the table of contents and it will bring you down to the pages. Okay, so 48.
Yeah, and so here you'll see that we have updated the schedules for the elementary hybrid, including the adjustments for Wednesday.
Dr. Guzman?
Oh, yes.
Dr. Kitamura, are you showing
I
the
need to
screen?
share.
I apologize.
Yes.
Thank you,
I
Ms.
forgot
Ratcliffe.
I forgot that very important factor. Here we go.
Thank you, Dr. Kitamura. Thank you, Deputy Edson. So as you'll see here, these new schedules for elementary include the hybrid, including the adjustment for Wednesdays to reflect the change that was agreed upon with Srta to start professional development at 8:30. Also some updates for kinders leaving at 11:20 and also to reflect, the grab and go lunches at 12:20. So just a little bit more specifics and to make sure that there's clarity to the schedules. If you don't mind, Dr. Kitamura, I'd like for you to go to pages 56 through 60. Here you'll see a reflection on an updated schedule to reflect the current model and schedule that was agreed upon for Learning House. We did have a separate conversation, and I know that Srta worked hard with Katie Barr to create this schedule for spring of 2021. So that's reflected here. If you could then go, Dr. Kitamura, to page 81. Language is reflected.
Is it parent expectations or?
Actually, EL vulnerable populations. I'm missing it. There we go. I apologize. It looks like, there it is, where it talks about English learners coming back to be a priority to be served when guidelines and health factors permit, and talking about how students in elementary grades will return to in-person instruction with their grade level groups, while students in secondary will be cohorted, starting with newcomer students. And lastly, on page 98 and 99, minus the addition that we learned after this was published around football, we have some information around athletics.
A little bit off on our numbering.
I apologize. So it looks like it starts on 97. So I apologize. But you can see here that we have some additional guidelines for spring, the Interscholastic Federation colored tiers, the North Coast section information, And also some, you can see here that just the map of the tiers and where we are. Good news is that it's not in this because, as you know, the RTS document is sort of ebbing and flowing as information changes. But we're excited to say that football will start practice on Monday, and it looks like we will actually have some opportunities for them to compete against each other, Santa Rosa teams competing against Santa Rosa teams. So that's exciting news as we move forward. And so those are the changes that we've made from teaching and learning. And with that, I turn it back over to another team member.
Sounds
Okay.
good. Thank you, Dr. Guzman. Apologize, Dr. Kidmore. You're going to bounce it back to the top. Is that okay? 24,
right.
23, 24.
Okay, 23, did you say?
Yeah. One of the big areas I want board members and audience members to see that we've adjusted is there's new work around the self-check, the identification as students and staff come to campus. And so the first one there is student screener right there on 24, daily health screener stations. We're based on recommendations, we're going to be moving to a self-check, and depending on the grade level, there might be thermometer checks as well. But one of the things we're trying to ingrain families into is using an application called Parent Square and using that as a screener method in that process. So that's one of the changes, and we'll come back to it under parent expectations also. Another change is under our social emotional segment. So that's page 36, 37. And one of what we just highlighted there is Csca Enemark, coordinator Enemark, and clinical supervisor Eric Lofchi have been meeting with a social emotional learning committee and really kind of beginning to develop what our reconnection activities look like. So there's some on page 37, 36. We just added some bullets there about what's actually going to happen. We're going to be engaging in staff and professional development and talk about mental health destigmatization. We're also going to be kind of discussing with our school therapist and school social workers that with our district to teachers about trauma, and really as we develop our referral process for MTSS, that all students coming back to school will have a degree of trauma. Trauma will be a norm. That doesn't mean everyone has to get a referral for counseling, because of course we could never provide that kind of support. And that's one of the things we're working with classroom teachers and other staff on campus, that there are some things you can do to provide support to reduce anxiety and potentially depression in students by having a connection. And so that's part of our strategy as we reconnect to really dig into that. So we've just made a couple bullets in this area. The next area is to page 40 to 41. And again, I'm talking about parent expectations, and we aligned this with, right there, daily home screening. Again, we talk about how we're going to screen and require. And then on the next page, parents need to understand that they will have expectations, and we have provided, it's actually an amendment, an addendum to the board item, that there's a parent contract and agreement that we will have parents signing. So we kind of unified the RTS with that agreement. And that agreement is really important so families understand what their obligations are for safety. Students understand what the obligations are for wearing masks. And we will be having conversations and potentially consequences for families that do not do their screener, for students that do not follow the mask guidance, whatever is appropriate for their age level and the students' behaviors. And then talking about special education on page 69. We've made a lot of work in this area. You may remember that we've been having regular meetings with our special education staff, our special education families. In fact, there was a staff this afternoon, and tomorrow evening is the 4th or the 5th special education meeting. And right there on that page, Dr. Kitamura, I want to really say that what the conversations have been with families is to really hone in on our ESN population, students with extensive support needs. And so we've developed a schedule that's very specific. And if you slide down to page 70, 71, we actually have, let me see if it's 71. I've identified, I'll keep going, apologize. There you go. We've actually broken out the classrooms, the programs that we have identified. We've broken out models for that. We are going to a 4-day-a-week model, and that's much of what the families were requesting, not the general ed model. And if you may not know, audience members, that in the ESN world, there's not a lot of inclusion and in general education classes. So the ability to work as a self-contained unit and not have to have the in and out is really appropriate for this group of students, including preschools and other groups. So they decided to go to a 4-day-a-week model. And so I just want to draw everyone's attention to these pages. That's very important for families that fall under that. And the last thing, I want to go to page 99, talking about our support cohort support care programs. So 99, Dr. Kitamura. So what we are continuing to work on is that for students that are off track, Monday and Tuesday track, so they have a place to go on Thursday and Friday, and vice versa, we are developing those programs with our partners, Boys and Girls Club and City of Santa Rosa. And so we're drawing some attention to those ideas and what we're doing here to make sure we align to that. The logistics of this program we're finishing up this week. Currently, we're having 4 or 5 classrooms as an example at Biella and Monroe, but because Biella and Monroe will be coming back to in person, we have to probably move those programs to other schools. And so as soon as we get those dialed in those locations, we'll be updating the people that are in those programs. And the good news about going to that model, we will be able to increase the number of students we have participating. We currently have 300, just over 300 that are participating daily. We don't think we'll exactly double it, but we will certainly 50% to 75% increase that capacity because we're splitting the stable groups into these different cohorts. And more will go to those families when it's available. And that's it for our updates.
Okay. And Assistant Superintendent Chanel and Deputy Superintendent, do you have updates that you'd like to share from the RTS 3.0?
I do not have any changes of note, Dr. Kitamura.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hudson.
I do not have any changes of note.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kitamura. If you could go to page 30, please. So this section of the document is supporting how we continue starting at the leave, personal illness, injury, necessity policies. We continue to support our employees through the return to school process around potential and available leaves. With that, some adjustments to the leaves language has occurred as the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, or FCRA, language has been removed. This provision ended on December 31st, 2020. Employees will continue to have access to other leave options if available and potential accommodations following the interactive process. And that's the only update I have today, Dr. Kitamura. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else that needs to add from my team? Okay. I think what I'd like to do is I'm going to actually stop sharing for a second. And what I'd like to do, just specific to the RTS, and it is attached to the agenda item. If it's okay, President Fong, I'd like to know if there's, because I'm going to do other sections, if there's any questions specific to the RTS. Not discussion, but any questions.
Board members, questions specific to the RTS now. I see no hands up. Oh, I see Director Flores hands up. Director Flores?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Going through this, I noticed that folks were able to sign up for the Learning House a while back, and language said that that was for a 1 semester cycle. Since we've started a 2nd semester, does that mean people who are or folks who are in the learning house are stuck with that, or will they have the ability to move over to the hybrid model if they choose to, if they so choose to?
That language, the original language was when we initially began the learning house, and for it was for that semester, that first semester. I'll let Dr. Guzman finish the next part of that.
They did have the ability to move at the semester, and currently Principal Barr has had some students move back into distance learning, but the kids that are currently, I would say, are committed through the end of this year, who have remained to stay. Yes.
Okay, so there's no movement whatsoever then once we open. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I see no other hands. Dr. Kitamura.
Okay, so we're gonna keep moving on then. Let me go back to the agenda item. The next area that I'm going to go to, and the reason I'm going to go to the readiness chart is because we'll then look at other areas of note that I would like the board to see. So team, are you guys ready for that? We're going to go ahead and do the readiness chart, and then each of your areas you will explain. And Assistant Superintendent Mazzara, I do have ready the agreement form to show. I have the handbook ready to show. I have all the different elements ready to show. So I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, and here we go. So here is the readiness chart. Let me make it a little bigger so people can see it. What the very first thing I want to note with the readiness chart is that what we realized in our just real desire to get things moving and get kids back in school, we had some 7th through 12th grade items that it was not making quite sense to be within the chart for March 1, because that was for KA6. So we haven't taken them off, we just moved them down. So they're down in this other area where March 1 would not necessarily be applicable to them because secondary is starting later than elementary, okay? The other thing that I want to make note of is this. And I'm not sure if Ms. Benefield is listening. The whole intent of this chart was to be ready to open. And there has always been the claim that things out of our control might not allow us to make the March 1 in terms of bringing students back. I can confidently say that we are ready for March 1 to bring students back with those things within our control. There are some things that there's nothing I can do in the powers of superintendent to make move. But what you see here is all of these things we're going to show you today are on the brink of being green by next week. And that if I had control of those last couple of things, we could begin in-person instruction. But as a result, we can't, which is why we're bringing forth a resolution that you're going to see in a bit. So having said that, let's go through the readiness chart and let's bring up the specific items that are related to it. Let's start with the CSP site-specific prevention plans. Mr. Mazzara?
Dr. Kitamura, they have been uploaded as attachments to this plan. We uploaded earlier this week to the public health. Public health has acknowledged they have received them, and they have 7 calendar days to get back any feedback or information for us. So we think our plans will have no concerns or issues, and we expect those to come back to us in time for March 1.
Okay. They are attached to the board item, and you can go individually to the links to see the site-specific plans. I will tell you that one of the things that I think is important to note is that within the specifics of the site plans, each of the school sites has a map. And as you can see, They are, hold on, let me make it bigger. Each of our school sites are going to be color coded. And each of the groups will have a color code. Okay, Dr. Guzman, do you want to explain a little bit more about that?
So what's really exciting about this, and as we saw in Principal Williams' video last week, or I guess it was 2 weeks ago at the board meeting, each child will be assigned one of these colors, and they'll entry and exits are assigned to that. There's bathrooms assigned to that. They'll have lanyards assigned to that with the same color. And so it makes the flow of the elementary really sort of a little bit more understanding. And what's going to be great about this is that kids will really then have an understanding of their sort of their area that they're in, and also the bathrooms that they're assigned to, the areas in which they will eat that they're assigned to, the areas that they will be assigned to during their break as well. And so this is very clear. And I know that the principals have been reviewing this with their sites diligently. And I think that the feedback that they've gotten from their sites is that this is reasonable and makes a lot of sense for each site specific area.
Is it true, Dr. Guzman, that staff, teachers will actually have vests that match this color?
Yes, Dr. Kittimore. And I believe that's very exciting. And also I believe that we have tape that also matches these colors that with arrows as well. And so it'll be one color coded school. And so I guess the only thing that I don't know is if the principal will be switching up their outfits each day representing these three different colors.
I think it should be an amendment to the motion to approve the RTS.
Okay.
That includes. Okay,
Thank you.
All right. Srta and Csca negotiations.
Thank you, Dr. Kitamura. And I just would like to note an appreciation for Mr. Lyons' comments earlier. We are very appreciative of our collaboration with Srta around a new draft of an MOU for return to school. We do have our next meeting tomorrow, and so the yellow indicator is progress in that work. We also equally appreciate our Csca Chapter 75 partners, and they are currently working on the potential for ratification of an MOU around isolation rooms. And we look forward to hearing the outcome of that vote, which is to conclude on Friday, the 26th. And with that, we've moved out of red into yellow for potential progress. Thank you, Dr. Kitamura.
Thank you. All right. Deputy Superintendent Edson, health and safety and PPE.
Good evening, everyone. I won't go through every line item on here. We've mentioned before that we do have PPE in stock. The distribution of that PPE started last Friday for elementary schools and will continue concluding hopefully tomorrow, if not Friday morning, for all of our elementary and charter school sites. Our electrostatic sprayers and cleaning supplies are still being used and still finalizing, I'll say finalizing the handout of the cleaning protocols that will be ready to distribute as well. It's a formatting issue at this point. Going through the desk shields for students, I think is important to note. Like many things out of our control, this was also out of our control with the storms that hit the Midwest. So we do expect those to come in potentially Friday or very early next week. But shipping, as we all know, was shut down for part of the week last week. The rest, isolation tents, hand washing stations are in the process of being distributed. We do have enough right now to cover our school sites. So that will be part of the distribution moving forward as we prepare for return to school for our students. Thank you.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Assistant Superintendent Mazzara.
Sure. Started on row 49, self-screening of staff. That's MOU dependent. And so we're not at a point where you can say that's 100% green yet, obviously, with respect to the MOU conversation. But we are doing that self-screening process. Our staff at the district office are beginning to do that. It's making headway, and we'll just wait for those conclusions. Same thing with self-screening of students, the process of Parent Square that we put in there. Obviously, until we have our parents come in, that will be green, but everything's in place and ready to go. Surveillance testing for students. We will begin athletes next week. As Dr. Guzman already mentioned, athletics are beginning. Part of that requires us then to do surveillance testing. Surveillance testing, if you remember, is also called asymptomatic, meaning we just are testing everybody throughout this tier. And so that's a weekly test. And so that's a pretty significant process that we will begin working with the athletic trainers and the athletic directors at the schools where that'll begin. Surveillance testing of staff, we began that yesterday, excuse me. That's happening. We had over 40 people go through the first round of surveillance testing. That'll be rolling out to school sites shortly. Contact tracing is operational. Our cases have been down. The need and demand for contact tracing, as you can imagine, with the reductions that we've seen in the county, have been reduced. And we have people in place to cover that as well. Tonight, there's also a contract that's on for action, which is to hire LVNs to help us in contact tracing and surveillance testing. Isolation rooms are rolling out. We had a training today about the isolation room location and setup. Those will be distributed next week and train staff at the school sites. Again, dependent on MOU approval with Csca, we will then finish the training necessary to roll those to green, and they should be ready by next week. Health and safety training, we are on track. We've done training for classified workers that are required to be at school. The left is certificated when they come back to school, and as you'll see in there in comments, column H, is that we are expecting that's part of the return to school process, that we'll have some time in front of with teachers to go over all the trainings and all the mandated cleaning protocols and things that we have. Dr. Committer, moving on to communication.
Hey, thank you. So I've completed our state reporting. I did that on Monday. There really was no change to what we reported to the state, but I did fulfill that obligation. Wednesday update, it was just sent out prior to the meeting at the start. So we're on track with those. The parent handbook is completed. Let's see, let me find the right one. Right here. So the parent handbook is being translated at this time. Let me make it a little bit bigger. We know that the RTS plan is just too much for anybody to kind of handle. It's just our foundational guidebook. So we wanted to produce something for parents that was much easier to digest and available for them to refer to, talking about the things that have been talked about before. The daily health screener is one of those, just when to stay home. Steve, do you want to say any more to this?
Well, I think, as you see, obviously, like you said, it's a condensed version and just some of the protocols that they'll be using at school. And then the important part, as I mentioned already, that was uploaded is the parent agreement and contract. And that's really critical for this. So parents really understand just what that expectation is. That's getting translated as well. And so we'll be ready to send that out to parents so they can make any final decisions about their return, should that be the board's action tonight.
Yes, let me show that. So here is the agreement. Steve, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, you'll see areas there that it's reference to we just talked about the handbook, the RTS plan. There's examples and links to that. There's a real clear idea of what the screening's about. Screenings at school. It tells them at some schools there will be temperature checks, but you are still required to do the self-screening at home. Describes what's appropriate face covering and what's not. It talks about the 6-foot physical distance. It notices parents that if you have students that need direct physical assistance, that could be an issue in your decision for coming to return to school. It talks about surveillance testing requirement, that once a week your child will go through the surveillance asymptomatic testing. It just talks about parent roles in the community, possible when the quarantine protocols are in action, what that means and what that looks like. It talks about students have to be picked up if there are symptoms and the connection to the isolation room. I think some things about visitors and your basic non-discrimination for medical reasons. And then there's some more at home.
I think with the, I'm not sure what area it is, but it is critical that when this agreement is completed by parents, that we also have updated emergency contact information.
Absolutely.
It is critical. I cannot express that enough. And so, in fact, your agreement form may not be accepted into the Illuminate system without that health emergency information also included.
Right.
Okay. That's that. Let me go back to the readiness chart. Parent handbook, video tours. Beth Burke, our communications coordinator, has worked with all elementary principals. She has all of their videos. They're currently being edited at this time and will be ready for next week. Social emotional.
As we mentioned, we have our lesson plans, we have our ideas, our opening day activities that are all kind of ready to go. As soon as we get the time in front of the teaching staff, we will be able to roll those out, discuss, and kind of implement those for our re-engagement. And then similarly under the tiered intervention, as mentioned before, we want to really work with teachers so that they know what to look for, what is a normal traumatic situation, what that looks like, and then something that's perhaps a little higher level, students that are perhaps in a neglectful situation with lack of food, lack of resources, those kind of things. And so we'll be ready to triage our staff, both our mental health staff, our counseling staff, to make sure that we can address those needs when students come in the phased interventions.
Okay, learning continuity with our rosters.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kitamura. Again, huge shout out to the directors and the elementary principals. They've been meeting twice a week for the last several weeks to get these rosters in order. And today we had the opportunity for Anna Trinnell, myself, and my two elementary directors to meet with Will Lyon to take a peek at the rosters. And really what's I think exciting with some new thinking is really the intent for students to stay with their teachers, which I think is something that we are all wanting. Obviously still understanding that we're gonna have to address those teachers who have applied for interactives, but more to come. And parents, you should be looking out for a letter from your principals. I believe that also was in the Parent Square information that went out tonight, in sort of explaining our intent and what we're interested in doing. And so I think this is really exciting, and hopefully, as Mr. Lyon stated earlier in his report, I think we're closer than we were even a week ago. So thrilled with that news. And with that, I turn it over for additional information with staffing to Anna T.
Thank you, Dr. G. So with that, as we are working through and thinking about our staff and ensuring that we are supporting them in the best way we can, in the term of being able to keep teachers and students together, and also honoring requests and leaves that are either in place or may be in place. We also recognize that we may be in need of additional guest teachers, or as they're called, substitute teachers. So we will be starting a campaign to hire additional substitutes for our district, so that we have more individuals on hand who are dedicated in supporting our staff, students, and families as we return to school. So we will be sharing information out this week in a variety of venues so that people know what to do if they're interested in becoming a guest teacher for our district. Thank you for the time to discuss that.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about special populations.
As mentioned, the special ed committee has one more meeting tomorrow night with parents, and they'll get some final feedback on that. And then at that point, they will be developing class lists, sending out transportation requests, so they can begin to really work on the logistics of having students come in as early as before spring break. And that's kind of our expectation for, again, as we all come together with substitutes in the classroom, that's one of the high priorities we're working on. And so by next week, we'll have that finalized and start that final process.
Similarly, for our English learners, primarily our newcomers, the lists are finalized by this Friday. And us too will be working with our busing routes to address the needs of our newcomers so that we can bring them back as well on the same timeline as our special eds to students.
And Dr. Guzman, did you also increase the number or the amount of students to a little bit more?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kitamura. We also are looking at students who score on the LPAC 1s and 2s to bring them back as well so that we can capture more students under the EL vulnerable population. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's move to instructional technology.
So yeah, we're currently putting together opportunities to charge more devices in classrooms in order to facilitate that if Chromebooks or other devices are used more than I'll say normal during a school day upon return, as well as providing spare technology on campuses for immediate replacement in the event that there is a break or lack of functionality in a unit that a student or teacher is using. So that will be in place as well.
Okay, so you don't see any issues by next week, that being a green. Okay, great. Cohort support care.
Mentioned we're working on the logistics of that. Employees coming over, Boys and Girls Club has been excited to continue to help us. They will be attempting to hire more employees so we can increase the number of cohort support cares. And then as we logistically develop the classrooms and locations, we'll expand to also be able to do the same thing to our middle school cohorts when we're ready to roll those out in late April.
Yeah, I must say Boys and Girls Club, Sonoma Marin has been a wonderful partner, as well as the city, as well as North Bay Children's. Boys and Girls
Children's
Club,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, thank you. Boys and Girls Club is really working together with us to expand capacity. So, and I think that's hugely needed and appreciated. Okay, distance learning.
Yeah, we continue to have our Wednesdays professional development time. I do want to give actually a huge shout out to our teachers who also have been supporting us with teachers teaching teachers. Really our two Tectosas as well, because I know that there has been a huge learning curve for all of us as we have moved into a very different way in which we address teaching our students. And so I just really appreciate just the amount of work that has gone into teachers teaching teachers. And I know that's a big part of what we have always wanted to do. And so I'm very grateful that we continue to be able to build upon that as a district.
Yes, and that's Linda Castanes and Micah Carling Goldberg. They have been a tremendous support isn't even the best word. I mean, it's just, they've been just absolutely necessary in order for us to do what we've done in distance learning and supporting distance learning. And I would also add Director Rand Van Dyke, as well as Director Adrian Bika on behind the scenes and the infrastructure side of things as well. Okay, bus schedules.
Yeah, I have confirmed with West County that bus schedules, or bus routes rather, are ready to go for general education and would be ready to run with a few things that they need to do internally at West County, but they're allocated and can be used for those purposes. The only caveat to do is what Dr. Guzman mentioned earlier. We may need to make some last minute route adjustment for newcomers or other populations as it takes place and as we start. Also with Assistant Superintendent Mazzara and his comments about busing and working out that for some of our populations as well. But for general education, we would and are ready to go.
Thank you. So as you can see, we've made a lot of progress in this last week. I don't anticipate any issues in these areas that we've listed. except where it's noted, MOU, things like that, to be in the green next week. Let me go to the, you have this as the agenda item, and I know it's showing on here, but I do want to say is with all of that, and what I've listed here in the narrative of the board agenda item, we are looking at let me just go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and stop sharing. We are looking at and proposing to the board beginning in-person hybrid instruction for K-8 through 6th grade on April 1st and April 2nd. So cohort A would be on April 1st and cohort B would be on April 2nd. You'll also see the term stable group. That is actually the new term for cohort. So stable group A, stable group B. For secondary, you will see the board will be presented in the resolution reopening for hybrid in-person instruction for secondary grades 7 through 12, April 26th for stable group A and April 29th for stable group B. Sorry, I had to think about the dates. And so we are excited to present this to the board as a resolution to move us forward into getting our kids back into school. We hear everything that has been sent to us, said to us, emailed to us, and recognize what our students have been going through, what our parents have been going through, what our teachers have been going through. And we are at a point, as you can see by our readiness chart, you can see by the collaboration that we're working together with Srta and Csca, we need to move forward. We need to move forward. And so with that, if there's anything that I have not brought up, please board ask us any questions that you have. This is also in relation to the resolution, which is the next item, because the two are connected together. We are more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Kitamura and your team. At this point, I want to make a couple announcements. We would like to have our young people, our students, be able to give public comment. Public has asked for that, board members have asked for that. So we are going to do that. So if you are a student in our school district and you would like to make a public comment on return to school, would you please raise your hand now? We'll keep you in queue. I think there are a couple people in queue right now and we've got your names and we will call on you next. So students, raise your hands first, and then you will be called on after the board asks questions in this public comment. And for our public comment tonight will be restricted to this item to an hour, and everyone will get 2 minutes. So we are also going to do an interpreter switch right now, and then we will have board questions. So Adina, can we switch that interpreter?
Yes, thank you, President. We are all set, thank you.
Board members, questions on E1? I see Director Flores and then Director De La Cruz, Director Medina.
I just want to say thank you for the thorough presentation. It's pretty impressive. You know, I couldn't help. I was going through some of these maps, and I noticed that some of the elementary schools have, you know, designated bathroom for isolation rooms. Like I saw one for Burbank Elementary, and I didn't see one for Lincoln Elementary. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we cover, you know, we dot all our I's and, you know, cross all our T's in that regard. And I just want to say thank you for your hard work. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, we have some of our school locations are able to have isolation areas within the actual building structures and rooms, and some there just isn't room or rooms are shared. So again, working together with all of our stakeholders, We have purchased the tents. They are approved to be used as isolation areas. And so just to be safe and to cover our bases, actually, the Deputy Superintendent bought 2 of the tents for each of the school sites, and the hand washing stations as well. So we are covered not only with in classroom or in facilities for some schools, but also with isolation tents for others who do not have that space.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. De La Cruz?
Thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit or ask a little bit about outreach efforts and any community education efforts we've made to non-English speaking families at SRCS about kind of these options and specifically around, you know, safety of kids in school, and how are we having the same conversation we're having here with folks who are Spanish speaking and other languages as well.
Yeah, I'll just start off, and then I know the team will talk about what we're doing. It was very important to me, first of all, just kind of a given that documents are translated to Spanish, but also anything that's going out on video is not a, it's in Spanish. It's a separate video in Spanish. It isn't transcribed in the bottom. The third area that has been, is important is that our family engagement facilitators are now free to help with outreach because assessments for the LPAC have put on hold. So that's a huge, huge, huge piece for us to be able to have our FEFs helping with the outreach and letting parents know. And what they do so wonderfully is when parents come in, being able to help them right there on site. And so I'll let Steve and Anna explain more about outreach.
Additionally, our elementary principals are wanting to have additional parent nights to be able to reach out to families to talk about not only just the safety and also the maps, but also about just some of the ways that it's going to look like with coming back with some of the, just the hybrid, the cohorts and all of that, what that's going to look like. I can also tell you that the secondary principals met today. And they are doing something very similar. What I appreciate about that is that I also noticed they're asking the middle school principals to join them next week. And so that there is a coherent and collaborative approach to when we move into that tier as well. And I know that they will be having additional parent nights as well. And as Dr. Kittamora said, they too, their FEFs have been put on pause for the LPAC. And so they too are going to be adding to the outreach for our families so that I understand that, you know, sometimes meetings at night or even during the day are hard to attend. And so sometimes that's outreach one-on-one is also important as well. We have to hit it from very different ways and different formats so that we are making sure that parents are in the know and are aware of how to really unpack a lot of information.
I was even thinking, Director Maniati's promotores came into my mind and thought, how could we develop a system like that or use Latino service providers, promotores, to go and help spread the word? So that was the other thing. We advertise in La Voz and we go on KBBF every other week and sometimes in between weeks when we need information. And I think the other arena would be regular Spanish radio. Not necessarily KBBF, but the other Spanish stations as well. And I think input from you, if there's other ways in which we can provide this information, please let us know. Please give us feedback.
I'm happy to jump in on that. We've been working really hard on this same tough question, the county, and I actually think that there is an enormous opportunity now that we will be back in school with each other to really make sure that our kids are supported with really solid information that they can bring home to their parents. Because the single biggest thing that we're finding is that people are struggling so much that it's very hard to get good information that they trust. And everybody's just trying, our parents that we're most worried about, right? Those are the folks who are also really having the hardest time. So nomás quería decir a todos que están escuchando en español que aquí estamos también para apoyar y estar aquí para contestar preguntas, preocupaciones, quejas. Y si yo sí voy a ir a la reunión de DILAC que viene ahorita, but I know that this is, this opportunity to finally be back in person with each other is a great opportunity. So would love to talk more about that.
Yeah. One of the things too, Dr. De La Cruz and other board members, is when we don't hear from a parent about what they're going to do, we reach out, we go find them. So that's the other piece. Go ahead, sorry.
Excellent. No, and my second question was, how are we really engaging with public health and community education efforts like Director Magnetti's amazing organization and other promotoras who are out there having been, kind of doing some of this community ed for a long time now? How do we pull them into our schools and make sure that, our folks have really solid information from voices that they trust? And I think our family engagement coordinators are definitely, those people. So
that I think that we do need to, my team, utilize the expertise of Director Manietti and her work, and Director De La Cruz as well. I think that we have to utilize every contact that we're having with families to also then talk about mental health, trauma, medical care, and getting back into school. I mean, that all needs to be a package. And so let's set that aside as an item for us to discuss and talk about. And then let's bring in some of these other folks to give us feedback and thought about what we're planning to do. So excellent.
I have one more quick question, maybe not a quick answer. I wondered if you could just speak to the differentials in the days when our folks are getting vaccinated versus other folks in different parts of the county without the same size of the need that we have.
Thank you for reminding me, Director De La Cruz. We have had that question come to us. Why is it that we're hearing in other parts of the county, staff has gotten both of their vaccinations? And Santa Rosa City Schools, we've had our over 70 and some of our folks in direct contact vaccinated, but we have not had our elementary staff vaccinated. We have not had our secondary staff vaccinated. So I want to let our folks know in Santa Rosa City Schools, it wasn't for the lack of a fight, but it was decided that the North County would be the first county, the first, what they call it, I think they might have called it cohort, which is probably not a good name, but just because of the word cohort we use so much, the North County cohort to be the first to get the injections because it was a smaller group of people. Okay, I will say, and I voiced my opinion strongly on that. If that is the case, then how are we addressing the most vulnerable, the people, families, children, staff who need it the most in the areas that are most impacted? Where is that equity lens being looked at? It didn't go far, I'll tell you that. It did not go far. So the next item I pushed on was the fact that Bellevue and Roseland and some of our West Side schools should be first. They should be in the first tier. Bellevue and Roseland were in the last. They were all the way into the fourth cohort. So successfully, we got them moved up. We got Roseland moved to the first tier. And I know people are thinking, well, Diane, why are you worried about Roseland? Because they're our kids. That's why. They're all our kids. So anyway, Roseland got to move the first cohort. Bellevue got to move to our cohort. I got word today, we will get those vaccinations starting Monday, but it really puts a damper on our timeline. So when, Superintendent Van Heuvel, Superintendent Decker, sorry, but I'm just gonna say it, you guys get to have your kids come back the first week of April, both elementary and secondary, We have to wait until April 26th to get our secondary back. It's just, that's almost a month, 3 weeks, where one group of kids gets to come back before another group of kids. So I just say, everybody in this community needs to examine the policies and structures that made that decision. And how is it consistent throughout? And this isn't to demean anybody or anyone, or to blame anyone or anybody, but the people, the policymakers, wake up. We need to understand the impact of 3 more weeks of our children not being in school. It's not right. It's not right. So I don't know if that answered your question, and I'm sorry I'm so long-winded about it, but I guess what it is understand, it is not that we don't want to bring kids back and teachers back the first week of April, the end of March, the middle of March. It is that we are tied to the distribution of when we're going to have the opportunity. And again, Srta, our teachers have been very gracious in working together with us about the opportunity for the 2 vaccinations. Being delayed a week is really going to push us to have our kids back April 1st and April 26th. But that is what we're going to go for. That is what we're going to do. And that's why it's very important that we also have agreement around the red tier. In case there's a delay in the vaccinations, all the guidances, CDC, CDHP, we all show that we can come back in the red with all the mitigations. And I'm telling you, you saw our readiness chart. Our mitigations will be ready next week. So I don't know if that answered your question, Director De La Cruz, but that's my answer.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think
that answered many people's questions. Thank you.
My question
Okay, so let's see, Director Medina.
Yeah, so I basically just really want to touch base on the fact that I'm proud that we're translating all of our stuff to Spanish. I'm glad to see the Parent Handbook being translated and processed. In terms of like some of the links on those documents, they go to our website, and I would just kind of want to ask that we be consistent in maybe adding like the language on an item, even if it's in English, to indicate English, because if we're relying on the translate feature of the website, then everything's listed in Spanish, so people wouldn't necessarily know, oh, that's an English link or an English video. So if we could like update for things to be consistent that way for the translations to work, I think that would be helpful. But aside from that, I think the plan is good. A lot of good work, a lot of time and effort, and I'm supportive of it. Thank
you.
Okay, so we're questions, right? Thanks for that comment, but we're questions. Director Sheffield.
Thank you guys so much for all the work behind this. It was a lot of information. There's a lot to sort through for parents. Rick, I just had a question you had brought up, and thank you so much for the busing update. It's certainly something that we don't want to overlook as we get in, closer and closer to in-person instruction. Has it been discussed with West County any likelihood that we might have to shift our own schedule, our own time as other districts return who are part of the JPA who return maybe under a different schedule than we have?
Not at this time. One of the things with and I'll speak to general education routes first, or Director Sheffield, excuse me. Even though we're part of the JPA, the buses that we use in Santa Rosa City School only transport Santa Rosa City School students. So some of the smaller districts, you may have a bus that is utilized in 2 different districts. In Santa Rosa City Schools, all of our buses are utilized in our district only, so we're not sharing with other districts. I will say that West County is pleased, might not be the right term, but with the AABB schedule, they'll be able to drop off and pick up, and they don't expect any issues with that.
Okay, that's really good to know.
Their concern was around an A-B same day schedule.
Okay. The second, it just has to do with, I guess it was talk around dedicated bathrooms for isolation rooms. Are portables a viable solution, or is there, sanitation, I don't know if there's some sort of issue that why we wouldn't use portables as an option.
No, part of the issues we looked at for portables is just the daily maintenance and where those are housed on campus and where we're putting the isolation rooms. As an example, some of the isolation rooms are behind fences and things like that, which make access very difficult. We want to keep the areas private as best we can. We don't think there's any issues around bathrooms. We have emergency situations will be available in the isolation room around those. But if someone has an emergency and needs the bathroom, then the bathroom is shut down while it's cleaned immediately and sanitized and will be operational, after the custodians finish the sanitation on it. So we don't think bathrooms in an isolation room are going to be anything that hold us back any further than any other situation on campus that needs sanitation.
Okay. Yeah, I bring that up because, with 2 little ones and a year of, this craziness, I've had some bathroom issues. And, especially when just traveling anywhere around town, a park, something. So yeah, I just brought that up, something that, was a personal concern of mine.
It was something we looked at. We priced it out. We looked at that. We could go to that level if we felt like we need it. Remember our analysis that we kind of worked through, like Boys and Girls Club, is we think there may be only 1 to 2 per week coming to an isolation room in an elementary school with the number of students we have. And so at that rate, we don't think we'll have any issues around that.
Okay, thank you.
Director Manieri.
Thank you, everyone, for all of your amazing work. I know everyone said thank you. We're not supposed to repeat that, but I think you deserve a lot of thanks for all of the work that you're doing. I just had one question. So 5 days ago, was it, that the CDC, they released new guidelines for school safety and reopening. And so I'm wondering I'm wondering if it affects our plans in any way. I saw that in this version, we're still using the 6 feet for distancing. And I know that that's the guideline right now through the CDC too, even though data suggests that maybe, 3 feet is still safe, and considering space in classrooms, so I'm just wondering if there's any effect there.
Who wants to speak to that?
Let me just say, in terms of our site safety plans and protocols, nothing has really changed in that. The guidelines that we're operating, remember, CDC are just recommendations. The guidelines we have to follow, of course, from the California Department of Health and the county, and they have not changed any of their regulations. And you're right, Dr. Manieri, in the consolidated report, they did give some flexibility. They said, depending on size in the space available, they could go down to 4 feet. We're not planning that at this point. That is something that's subject to the MOU, and we're continuing those conversations. But at this point, we are still sticking with this 6 foot and all the intervention and all the other mitigation measures.
Got it. Thank you. That was my only question.
Everybody's going to be a doctor on this board at one time or another, because we keep saying that. So good. Okay. President Fong, I don't see any other hands up.
I don't see any other hands up either. People are learning how to raise their virtual hands, and that's very helpful. So our moderator, would you please define again how we are going to be doing public comment?
Sure. So for this item, we are going to take comments from our Santa Rosa City Schools students first. We've asked students only to raise your hand. If your hand was raised before President Fong made that announcement, I made a note of your name, and don't worry, you will get to comment later, but this is just for students. So if you could please lower your hand if you're not a student. Thank you so much. I see hands going down, and we're going to call on, go ahead.
And we're going to have the timer on, so students, you can look at the timer also. You're getting 2 minutes.
Right, 2 minutes for comment. And Janae Schwan is our first comment. And Janae, I hope you are a student.
Hello, yes, I'm a student. I'm a sophomore at Montgomery High School. I participate in clubs. I'm a varsity athlete. I'm in all honors classes, and I'm a student, and I'm in student government. And personally, I am done with online learning. I am constantly stressed out with the workload I've received while being online. Not to mention sitting and staring at a screen for 5 hours a day is not my thing. My mental health and many others are not good. It is very hard to stay motivated and engaged because there's nothing to look forward to. My education is lacking this year. Next year I'll be a junior, which is one of the hardest years of high school. What I'm experiencing right now is not going to benefit me in the future. Many students' grades have dropped dramatically in the past year as well. I understand that people do not want to go back and ruin the routine we have, but it's eventually going to happen. We're going to get back to real life at some point. If we go back in April, it's almost like a trial run for next year. We can see what works, how students react to hybrid, and what doesn't work. I know that schools in Napa and Marin County have been in-person school for a while now, so it is totally possible for us to get back on campus and try it out. We are not asking for everyone to go back. We just want you guys to start trying for the kids who need to go back. Even if you don't want to go back, we need to keep in mind that some students are not doing well staying home 24/7. You will always have the option to stay home if you don't feel comfortable going back. I also think we need to keep in mind of the seniors. They have lost half of their junior year and almost their entire senior year. If we can get them on campus for a little bit, I think it'd mean a lot to them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And as you may have noticed, we're having a little trouble with our timer. So I appreciate you keeping your comments to 2 minutes if at all possible. Next student comment is from Ariana Multani.
Hello, my name is Ariana Multani. I'm a current sophomore as well, attending Montgomery High School. I'm an active participant in many clubs, honors classes, and student government as well as varsity sports. This year, I'm sure every single one of you have heard every sort of compelling argument for and against schools going back in session. But beyond that, I think we can all agree that distance learning isn't simply working for everyone. Without that being said, there are definitely students that are excelling, and there are definitely students that aren't. And those students that aren't are hanging on by a thread. And this feeling of isolation and loneliness gets to the best of everyone, and it's not easy for everyone to speak up and say something. Many suicidal related behaviors have immensely increased during these times, and students' mental health plummets, so do their grades. Will this be detrimental to the future? Most definitely. To the seniors going to college next year, they're absolutely lost in what their expectations and standards are. To the incoming freshmen, most of them haven't even been able to step foot on campus. They are lost. But at the end of the day, COVID shouldn't be taken as a joke, and safe precautions need to be made. I just think on behalf of many students, all we are asking for is an option to go back, or an option somewhat on campus. These students need to go back and come back to some sort of reality in life. Maybe even just the seniors, because they have lost most of their junior year and most of their senior year. But I know all these topics have been discussed for months. I just hope from a student perspective, it can help push things forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our next student comment has the initials OGEP. If you could please state your name for the record before your comment.
My apologies, this is for students only?
Right now, this is for students, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll lower my hand, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next student comment is Joshua. Joshua, could you state your last name for the record?
Joshua Kozlowski.
Thank you.
All right, do we just start whenever? All right, cool. All right. My name is Joshua Kozlowski. I'm a senior of the class of 2021 at Montgomery High School. I have some words about returning to school. We have not been allowed on campus for almost a year now, and what we've had to show for it are failing seniors, a cut in required credits, and activity after activity canceled over and over again. It has been frustrating yet understandable to hear that the entire year. But now the end of the said year dawns upon us, and where are we? Just exactly where we started. What kept people going was the prospect to go back, but as that has been shut down over and over, people have lost hope. less attendance and participation, and more failures. And this is for seniors alone. Previous graduates that have been friends of mine over the years have constantly told me about one thing over the years: I can't wait to graduate. And for my first 2 years of being in high school while playing the band, watching the smiles on kids' faces while playing Pomp and Circumstance as an entire stadium cheers for them when their names are said lights me up and inspires me. Yet we might not have that. So I beg you to think before we put any more electric signs in front of our schools welcoming students who will not be coming. You can only graduate once. And for a final little segment, I would like to say that I've had cousins, multiple, that have been on schools through hybrid models that have had the option to opt in or opt out, and it went flawlessly. No increase of cases, no anything along those lines. So when I say from my heart, give us a chance, give us a week, give us days just to connect with these people that we may not see for the rest of our lives. One more chance. I would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you. And now it's time for the rest of the public. Thank you so much for allowing the students to comment first. If you had your hands raised earlier, I did make note of your names and I will try to call on you among the first in this batch. And I'll remind you that it's a 2-minute comment period and we have an hour total for public comment. So we're only taking public comment until 8:29. And I'm going to take Kristen Reed.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kristen Reed and I teach at Montgomery High School. It was fun to follow our students. In my mind, from the start, the most insurmountable obstacle for returning at the secondary level has been the scheduling. It's a precarious balancing act under normal circumstances, and no one seems to have an answer about how it could be done in this case. I was disheartened to see the same secondary schedule in the return to school plan that looks like it's from the original plan. And I'm wondering, how can the RTS plan be complete? How can we seriously consider returning at the secondary level with that schedule, such a crucial piece, still being missing? I teach honors freshman English and IB psychology, and I'm the only one who teaches those courses at our school. Once we get to the point of returning, I'll be teaching in person on campus. Does that mean all of my current students who stay on distance learning now have to have a new teacher? Do I lose all of my students that I've been working hard to cultivate relationships with this year? And do they lose me, along with all the comfort and familiarity that they have with my teaching in the class? Does someone else pick up the English section and start teaching a brand new course on April 26th? No one else is trained for IB psychology, so would those kids have to change electives? I don't know. And I'm wondering if you do. And I bet a lot of families and students are wondering the same. Is SRCS asking families about their priorities in making the decision about how they want to return to campuses? Maybe you know the students who will be staying on distance learning, but how many want to be back even if they have totally new teachers in different classes? How many would rather stay on distance learning to maintain their schedules and teachers for the last month of school instead of returning to campus? How many want in-person instruction versus being with others for interaction? I implore SRCS and the board to ask these questions of our students and find answers for them. Ultimately, how are you going to honor the needs of students when it comes to scheduling, especially with only a handful of weeks left in the school year? Thank you.
Thank you. And the next comment is Paul Poling.
Hi, yes, Paul Poling. I'm the father of 3 students in SRCS, 2 of them in school at CCLA. And I guess a couple of things. So one, so Dr. Kitamura, thanks for listing out the things that you have ready and things are not quite ready. I think it was just a little bit disingenuous to have you mention a few things that weren't under your control. So, I mean, talked about PPE distribution, that's under the district's control. You talked about like PPE plans, that's under district's control. Cleanliness protocols, dissemination of them, district's control. Like, just a little bit disingenuous to say those things like weren't under your control because they're not ready yet. So, okay, fine. And then there's the big, I mean, obviously glaring holes, like figuring out the scheduling for the teachers and the staff, and then also negotiation with labor. And I understand that from one perspective, that's not under the district's control, and nor yours, Dr. Kitamura. But on the other hand, so publicly, like in the Press Democrat, Will Lyon, the president of SRTA, was quoted as saying that he's okay with the idea of going back with just one vaccination. And the next thing we heard at the parent presentation on Sunday was that, oh, that, you know what, just to be nice to the teachers, as far as I could understand, we just went ahead with 2 vaccinations. And then you say in this meeting, like, oh gosh, if only we could go back to school sooner, like, oh, it's going to be pushed out a week. Well, those are things that you negotiated, right? And you actually don't even still have a signed agreement with the union, and you've given up that negotiating point of the second vaccination. Now, teachers should absolutely get vaccinated as soon as possible and be prioritized. But CDC guidelines do not say they have to have even 1 vaccination. And so yes, it's a good trading point to trade that up, but to just trade that away. And what if the SRTA doesn't agree, or the rest of the staff, the CSA, doesn't agree to the proposal that's been put forth? If the board passes it, then you're left with what? What do you negotiate? Where's the incentive to go back? Teachers should indeed get vaccinated if they're going to be in the classroom at risk. But what if they get vaccinated and they don't agree to go back? I mean,
Mr. Polling, I apologize, but your 2 minutes are up. Our next public comment is from, trying to find the person who's on the list before, Margaret Boone.
Good evening. I'm a special ed teacher in the district. I work with students with extensive support needs at Montgomery High School. I've been participating in our weekly special ed return to school meetings where teachers from throughout the district meet with district office staff to figure out the safest, best ways to return to school. In addition, I've been attending special planning sessions with my co-teachers and with other teachers in my department. Our support staff, speech teachers, and adaptive PE teachers have been working with us to brainstorm how we can bring back the kids safely. We've been reviewing CDC guidelines, writing schedules, reviewing PPE, finding social stories, and so much more because we want to return safely. We are one of the first groups who will go back, and we know we need to be doing our very best to protect our students. At today's return to school meeting, we were informed our stable cohorts that we worked so hard to create, schedule, and plan so that we can keep them isolated and everything sanitized around them. Those stable cohorts will be mixed on the buses on their way to and from school. And not just mixed like with my class and a class next door, but across schools. There will be no guarantee from the bus company of what kids will be mixed together. That feels like it undermines everything we're trying to accomplish within the schools. I realize we do not have control over how the bus company does business, but this to me is insane. I'm asking that the district continue to work with the bus company to create stable cohorts. As a special ed teacher, I've spent hours and hours on the phone with the bus company when they're running late for drop-off, late for pickup, when they forgot kids at school or at home, and when they don't pick up kids for their OT or PT appointments. I am very well versed in how their routes have worked since they started to provide SRCS with busing services. As it is, any given
Ms.
bus
Boone,
driver.
Time is up.
Dang.
Thank you guys for respecting the 2-minute time limit. Appreciate that. The next comment is Holly Kumbi.
Can everyone hear me? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Holly. I am a first grade teacher and a mom to a first grader and a 20-month-old. I just want to tell all of the families struggling right now with the pandemic and distance learning, I hear you. I know distance learning is hard. It is not perfect. This time has allowed me a unique window into my students' lives, and I know too well the struggles they and their families face. I agree, we need to be back in the classroom, and believe me, there is no place I'd rather be. I want my daughter to be back in too. I want to be clear though, teachers are not to blame for the pandemic or for distance learning dragging on for what feels like eternity sometimes. We are in this mess too. I cannot begin to tell you what a hard year this has been for myself and my family. My 6-year-old has struggled immensely with suddenly being thrown into distance learning, while adapting to being a big sister. Some days are just awful. I have zero control over what has happened and over when we get back into the classroom. The only thing I can control is showing up every day for my students and my family. Even though distance learning isn't perfect, I still connect with my students and care deeply for them. We play games, we have special days, we share, we go on virtual field trips, and we learn. I know them well and they know me. It's not all bad. Even still, we need to get kids back in, but let's please make sure that students can stay with their teachers rather than being shuffled around. I would be devastated to lose any of my students on my roster when we go back in, and I would hate for my daughter to change teachers with 2 months left in the school year. This is hard enough. Let's find a way that allows students to stay with their current teachers. I can't wait to be back in person with my students and for my daughter to be back in as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment is Amy Bowen.
Thank you. I am the parent of a Santa Rosa High School senior, and I've been privileged to attend the return to in-person learning informational updates provided by Dr. Kitamura during the school year. I've also been following the Santa Rosa City School Board meetings since last spring after in-person instruction abruptly ended. I want to urge the board members to please vote to pass Return to School 3.0 plan and resolution as listed on tonight's agenda. With the clarity of hindsight, I believe we can see that a 12-month MOU should never have been approved at the beginning of the pandemic because it put the Santa Rosa City School Board in an unfavorable bargaining position as this health crisis has worn on. Furthermore, more attention should have been focused on return to school so that all school sites would be staffed and ready to reopen as soon as Sonoma County was in the red tier. But since we cannot go back in time, this RTS 3.0 is the best we can do at this moment. And I am somewhat encouraged that this decisive action will now be executed. I need to reiterate that distance learning has not been a well thought out, rigorous schedule. I have been a vocal proponent, along with a lot of other parents, that Wednesday should not have been maintained as a non-instructional professional development day. And similarly, the hybrid schedule appears also not to be a rigorous schedule. But our students want and need to get back to in-person learning at this time. And even if for my senior, that only means 8 or 5 or 4 hybrid days so that he will have some in-person learning this year, please vote for that. If that's the best we can do for our students, please vote for that now. Thank you for, at last, putting students at the center of this important issue.
Thank you. Next comment is Lisa Benelli-Mott.
Hello, thank you, board members and Dr. Kitamura. I'm a parent in the district for over a decade, and I am reaching out to advocate for my child who is a junior in the district. I was devastated last week when I read in the paper that the March 1st date was taken off the table. However, I'm very encouraged by the Return to School 3.0 plan and resolution in front of you tonight. And I'm speaking to urge you to vote yes to return our students to in-person hybrid instruction. I'm saying this with a smile in my voice because I feel so encouraged that our children will get back to in-person, our younger children on April 1st and our secondary later that month. As you are, oh, okay, sorry. I wanted to say that students know that it'll look different. They're ready for it to look different. They know that they'll be wearing masks. They've been wearing masks in their lives throughout the pandemic. They understand that their need to social distance and that their cohorts will look different and that their classes will look different, maybe their teachers. Even with all of this, they want to return to school and parents want them to return to school. When our kids look, they see other kids around the state and neighboring counties coming back to school, and they don't want to be left behind, and parents don't want that either. So with that said, I just want to speak to you from the heart on behalf of my daughter, a high school junior, and ask you to support the Return to School plan, urge you to vote yes tonight. Thank you for all the work that you've done throughout this very challenging time, and to please hear my daughter's voice and the voice of her friends and other students who may not be able to speak tonight, who really want to get back to campus in person for whatever amount of time they have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next comment is Csca Rofaste.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm Csca Rofaste. I'm a French teacher at the French American School, and I'd like to speak tonight about concurrent instruction. So going back to school, some teachers like myself are willing to live stream with distance learning students while giving in-person instruction to stable groups of students. I understand that this perspective is not supported by all teachers, and for many valid reasons that there is nothing that I'm putting into question here, except that there is not only one voice. In my case, and I'm not the only one, not having the opportunity to do concurrent instruction multiplies my workload, as I will have 2 cohorts in the morning. Distance learning students will only have the office hours to receive their instructions, and no students will have office hours to be supported. Also, it is crucial to have the students connected to each other. And even if it has to be through a screen, at least the class is together. And I think they really need that. And us as teachers, we need that too. I would like our district and our union to consider the real need here for flexibility and for choice for teachers to decide whether or not it is relevant for us to do concurrent teaching. Our goal is to give the best instruction for all students. And maybe our goal is the same, but our personal work environment is not. Our students' needs are not, our schedules or curriculums can be very different, even in the same school. So none of us teachers should be forced to do concurrent teaching if it is not relevant or feasible for us, but none of us should be prohibited from doing concurrent teaching if we feel it is the best solution to do our job correctly. As trained and experienced professionals who are the only ones who have a direct insight in the specificities of our classes, we should be consulted, respected, and heard individually on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Teresa, Davina, and Kylie Torres, and perhaps you can tell me which one of you will be speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Teresa?
This is Teresa. Hi, my name is Teresa, and I have a 9-year-old that attends CCLA. She's also an IEP student. And Davina has been attending long distance learning at one of your sites with Boys and Girls Club. So since the beginning of the school year, since August. So they've been doing that almost for the whole year. They haven't had any outbreaks of COVID within the site from their distance learning. So how is it not possible that our students cannot go back to campus and be with their teachers in person teaching and with their classmates? You know, my daughter has, obviously she has IEP. So this has been hard on her. Mentally, it's been hard on myself. We just need to get our students back in their classrooms with their teachers. I'm just, urging you to make the right choice so we can do that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we're calling on OGEP. If you could state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Charity Sainholtz. I am a parent of a preschooler in the district who has an IEP and receives speech therapy and occupational therapy via Zoom right now. She's going into kindergarten next year. I am really disappointed that the MOU with the teachers union excludes or makes it impossible for students who truly need these services first to get back to it when we're in a safe zone, which I believe we are now. So I'm really disappointed in that MOU that's keeping special ed from having their free accessible public education. FAPE is not being met right now, especially now that we're under 25 cases per 100,000. And I've looked through the reopening plan 3.0. I don't see in here specifically how preschool speech therapy and OT is going to be handled, since she's not in a preschool program. But I hope that she will have access to in-person services before the end of the school year, because this is such a critical time for her before she goes into kindergarten. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Veronica Jordan.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Veronica Jordan. I'm a parent of 2 children at CCLA and a family physician in the community. I first want to say thank you for the clarity of the plans tonight. I really appreciate the hard work that's been done, and I feel a little bit sad that some of this work wasn't done several months ago, but I'm happy to see it done now. I also would like to share with you 2 studies. I was in a grand rounds this morning at the hospital where I learned that there's evidence that children's eyes are being damaged from a study from China on Zoom learning, on distance learning after only 5 months of lockdown, 1 whole prescription strength. And in that same grand rounds, I saw a study that showed that the number of emergency room visits has continued to go up and up and up for suicidality in our children in our country this year. And I know that that is not just the fault of remote learning and distance learning, but I know it is certainly not helped to have our children separate. I also want to say that I'd really like a guarantee that April 1st means April 1st, because 2 weeks ago at this meeting, we were told that we were on track for March 1st, only a week later to be told that that was impossible. And I'm not sure if I can trust or believe that April 1st is actually going to happen. It seems that the continued obstacles are the same continued obstacles, and I don't see how I can continue to trust the date, because I'm trying to rally myself and my children and the people around me to trust that the right thing is being done. The last thing I want to say is that teachers are really scared, and I hope that the district is doing direct work with the teachers to help them feel safe in the classroom, because they can be safe, but they need their leaders to remind them of that they're being looked out for, so that they can feel safe and be safe in the classroom. And I hope that you guys are all reaching out all the time, because I think as people living in this pandemic, we just need to be reassured. Let's get our kids back to school. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Natalie Hoyt. Natalie, are you there?
Sorry, can you hear me? You got me right in the middle of story time.
We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. I'm just here to say tonight that I would like to see a commitment by the board to return to a full-time in-person learning in the fall, with the option for distance learning for the families that would prefer to stay that way. I'm a firm believer that the benefit outweighs the risks, and we need to start putting our children in front of fear. By the fall, teachers have had ample time to get a vaccine should they want to do so. There's no reason why kids shouldn't be in a classroom full-time in the fall. I would hate to see a 3rd year disrupted by this pandemic. Frankly, I find it embarrassing that our neighboring counties are all headed back to school or already there, and Santa Rosa City Schools still can't figure it out. I ask that this plan also be modified to state that a fall plan will be decided on by June 15th at the latest, not July 15th. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next comment is Patrick Bailey.
Good evening, Dr. Kitamura, administrators and members of the board. I have a quote for you from George Schultz, a former public servant who I didn't always agree with, but whose words are powerful. Trust is the coin of the realm. When trust was in the room, whatever room that was, the family room, the school room, the coach's room, the office room, the government room, or the military room, good things happened. When trust was not in the room, good things did not happen. Everything else is details. Trust, parents trusting the district, teachers trusting the district, trusting the board, et cetera. I think that's one of the main things that's been lost in the last year. I've been volunteering to assist with a non-instructional cohort at my son's school for the last month. I had to trust the principal, and for that matter, the students, in order to feel safe. I'm 58 years old, overweight, etc. I feel safe. I've learned a lot. The things I've learned, the kids' masks don't always cover their noses. A gentle nariz, please, usually suffices. Spanish immersion, I now know the word for nose is nariz. The fan sometimes needs to be switched to the on position rather than the auto position at the thermostat if the school is older and doesn't have a BMS system. The kids generally prefer the smaller containers of foaming hand sanitizer, not the gallon jugs. The gallon jugs are slimy, they say. The Chromebooks have dead batteries all the time. You can't see the Chromebooks when you're outside, even though the students say they can see the Chromebooks. And finally, the chips and cheese in their lunches are more popular than the veggies. I'm sure our teachers know most of these things. I'm confident that there will be many things that are discovered and need to be modified, fixed, or otherwise changed. Let's get started and figure out what those things are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next public comment is Csca Okura.
Good evening, Dr. Kitamura and school board. I'm a parent of a student at CCLA, and I want to thank our teachers and our classified staff who are working so hard to support our children during this difficult time. Dr. Kitamura, I spent the month of February hearing that the district was on track to be ready to open in person on March 1st, subject to our COVID numbers allowing us to return. As recently as 2 weeks ago at the last board meeting, I heard that the district was on track to be ready to open on March 1st. Again, subject to our county hitting our COVID numbers. Well, our county hit our COVID threshold to open elementary 2 weeks ago. And on March 1st is coming up on Monday, and we're not going back to campus. What I've heard tonight is really good, deep planning, but this planning started too late. The staffing and cohort organization should have started so that the district and the union could have had their MOU resolved by March 1st. Or you should have messaged to us that the target date was subject to COVID numbers and all of these different items that were out of your control. That's the type of transparency that we've been asking for. And I bring all of that history up because I've really lost trust in the district to meet the goals that you set. So I don't know if April 1st is a realistic date, or if that's another carrot that's going to be pulled away from us and the students. Dr. Kitamura, can you clearly outline exactly what are the items on the dashboard that you consider to be out of your control? And what are your target dates for completing each of those items? Thank you. And I just ask the board to please move us to return to school as soon as possible.
Thank you. Next comment is from Rosa. Rosa, would you please tell us your last name for the record?
Perfect. Yes, it's Rosa Gutierrez.
Thank you.
I'm a parent for a CCLA school. I have 2 daughters that go there. And you know, I know like most parents are not in a predicament that I'm in. I was forced, or I'm being forced to either resign from my 10-year job because of childcare. I do have an additional daughter that is 2 years old that is attending a preschool, a paid preschool. And that's already financially struggling on my family because I'm on unemployment right now. I've called the school, I've tried to get help. Every door seems to be shut on me. I'm at this point going to be losing my job, being able to support financially my kids. Does this mean like if the schools just decide to go not to open, it just creates so much chaos, not only for the kids at home, for the parents in my situation. And we need to have like a bigger picture on that. And I feel like that kind of stuff is not being taken into consideration on the families that really need the help, if that's the case, to going back to school. And maybe if we don't have a decision made sooner, definitely being one for the school year starting in 2021 being a definite yes, because at this point, parents are losing stability for their kids, financially, emotionally, things that are going on in homes that are not being brought up to every situation. And I just please hope that this board votes yes on going back and understanding how crucial this is to some kids on not being able to having that foundation at home as well, and how mentally unstable that is for our children as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next comment is from Will. Will, would you please say your last name for the record?
Hi, this is actually Jacqueline Smith. Will's my husband, but we can blame him for anything I say that's inappropriate. I want to thank everybody who's spoken already. I think everybody has had very important points, and I'm going to read what I wrote, and so try to be under the 2-minute limit. I appreciate that the board finally made it a priority to have the return to school agenda early in the evening and to have public comment early. Thank you. The last meeting, I knew 2 to 3 high school students that took a lot of time to prepare their statements, and they were not able to speak, and they opted out of coming this time, which is unfortunate. And I'm really glad that the young students that spoke earlier did. I value you all. I value all of us. I can appreciate the kudos that the board members are able to publicly give each other about your hard work each meeting. And I believe you're working hard with the limitations that you work in. But I'd like to take some time to give kudos to the parents, particularly Veronica Jordan, who not only is providing direct care to COVID patients in our local hospital since March, but was able to parent her 3 children and advocate for all the families in the community that were unable to advocate for themselves. We are suffering. We are not well. Many of my colleagues and friends that work in the medical field are drowning and pulling kids out of public school. We need our teachers to provide we need you to provide the teachers whatever they need to feel safe. Our children need the option of in-person instruction, and our community needs to have schools opened. This process has been shameful to witness. I do not blame teachers for the lack of getting us back in school. I do blame our lack of moving forward to a broken system that needs to be fixed. But in the meantime, our leaders need to be creative, open-minded, and aggressive in a return to school plan. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking to that 2-minute time limit. Next comment is Anastasio Tovar Rose.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes.
I really encourage the board members to vote yes tonight on the 3.0. And I want to thank Director De La Cruz for responding to my cry that I had 2 weeks ago about, board members reaching out to DLAC. I personally have joined DLAC, and hopefully this 3.0 gets passed tonight. And at the next board meeting, the DLAC meeting, March 4th, 3.0 is explained to our Latin families. There's a lot of Latin families that are not informed about COVID and are scared. And if these are the families that are going to go back first, we need to inform them about the protocols in their language. I like for Stephanie to bring in her promotoras into DLAC and inform Adrian Juarez, the president of DLAC, and work with them and make them feel safe like we want our teachers and students to feel safe. I have promised Diane that I'm going to continue being involved with DLAC, and hopefully these Latin families get heard, their questions get answered, and I invite everybody that speaks Spanish to come to the next DLAC meeting that's happening on March 4th. The next one after that is happening April 1st, and I encourage Adrian Juarez to have another meeting in between them to inform them about, the return back to school. And I really encourage every board member to vote yes tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next comment is from A. Bishop. If you could please state your first name for the record. Mr. or Ms. Bishop, are you there? Okay, we will go on to Donna Prack.
Hello. Hi, good evening. I just want to say thanks for the progress that was made. You know, it's not perfect, but it's progress. And I hope that our kids can be back on campus in April. You know, I hope it doesn't get changed like it was for March. You know, it's a good goal to have, but these kids deserve to go back to school and our teachers deserve to be safe. They're working really hard already, and it's just there's just a lot that needs to happen in a short amount of time. So just thanks for everyone's hard work, and let's keep it up. So have a good night.
Thank you. Next comment is Amy Glass.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm actually wondering if I can have my daughter speak first. There's two of us, my daughter and myself.
Go ahead. What is her name?
Okay, why don't you go ahead?
Hello, my name is Eden Glass, and I'm in 8th grade at Rankin Valley Middle School. I have not been to school in a year. I have not met my teachers. I have not seen or interacted with my peers, and I have not received the level of education that I would be getting if I were learning in person. The time that I have spent in front of a computer at home has failed to prepare me for the high school year that I will be facing in the coming year, and I worry that I will fall behind and lose my academic competitiveness. I am yet to know a single student who is not struggling in this state and does not want to return to school more than anything. I completely support teachers' desire to be safe, though I have watched as my family in other states have safely and successfully returned to in-person learning, and this should be possible for Santa Rosa as well. I encourage and urge you to approve this return to school plan for the sakes of me and all of my peers, that this would benefit so much. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if I can have my full 2 minutes. Okay, so my name's Amy Glass. I'm the mother of Eden. She's in 8th grade at Rankin Valley Middle School. And I just want to encourage you guys to please vote yes to return to school and to maintain the dates that are now being spoken. I am absolutely in support of safety for our teachers and our staff and our students, but at the same time, I also support science. And I believe in research, and I believe in what Fauci says and the CDC say, and I think we need to use those as our guides and not let these union ideas dictate what happens with our kids. One of the things I don't think I've heard yet being talked about is that the best and brightest of our kids in the public schools are now being talked about of pulling them out and going to private schools, and I'm starting to think about that as well. My friends who have kids who are academically ambitious are not getting the education that we feel they need or deserve. And so we're all starting to apply to private schools because we're afraid that it's not going to go back in session. And that concerns me because you're going to lose your best and your brightest and your best athletes. My daughter is a straight A student. She's a top athlete. And I think you guys would really lose something if you lost her. I also want to reiterate what my daughter said, that I see schools in session all around us here in Sonoma County, if they're private, our neighboring counties and all around the country. And I see that they're succeeding, and I don't see any reason why we cannot either. So I just, again, would like to really encourage you to please vote in favor of letting us return. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say that with the hands raised now, this is all the hands that we can likely take on this subject. So keep your hands up. We'll call you as quickly as we can. Amber Robinson.
Hello and good evening. I am currently a lead at one of our support cares on a school site. And I was just calling as far as I have a few concerns with our return to school. I have now been informed that we will be working with the AA and BB cohorts, which I fully understand. I guess my concern is we have been given our most vulnerable students, and I have had 12 that I have tried to establish schedules with distance learning and try and help them, really throughout their day to make sure that they are actually getting their lessons learned and on all of their Zooms and everything. And we're now being told that with our support care that those students will only be allowed to be in there 2 days a week. And I just want to make sure that that's being communicated to their parents, as far as, you know, some of these kids don't have anyone at home to stay home with them. And so they're going to now be having to be home 3 days a week by themselves, where when we had them in the rooms the full weeks, you know, we were always available. So I guess my concern is just, I would really like to make sure that we're communicating as much as we possibly can with parents, because parents also, you know, a lot that are coming in, their students are going to be off at noon and they're not realizing they won't have childcare because we just don't have the means and the ability to service that many kids. You know, we're trying our best, we're doing everything we possibly can, and I just want to make sure that we are doing everything in the best of our ability to take care of everyone. So that's all I really had to say. I just want to make sure that communication is being had all the way across to everyone. And I just thank all of you for your, you know, time and everything that you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment is Adrian Juarez. And it looks like to talk to Mr. Juarez, we need to promote him to a panelist. Is that all right, President Fong?
Yes, that's fine.
Hola, buenas noches, ¿cómo están? Espero que bien, ¿verdad? Tengo un comentario, Adrian Juarez, ¿verdad? Presidente del comité de TLA. Estoy escuchando la información del plan de regreso a clases. Me da mucho gusto que hay un plan ya formado. Gracias a nuestra superintendente por el trabajo duro que ha estado haciendo, ¿verdad? Y esperemos que todo este transcurso de lo que queda en su puesto lo pueda hacer de igual manera. Gracias por todo, la ayuda que nos ha proveído nuestro comité. Estaban sugiriendo algo de cómo poder distribuir esta información, ¿verdad? El comité de DILAG es un comité muy importante que tenemos en el distrito. Es un comité que tenemos para que reciba toda esta información que se está transmitiendo ahorita. Con gusto les hago la invitación de que si pueden traernos la información en español, transmitirla a nuestros padres, a representantes y llevarla a las escuelas, ¿verdad? Algo muy rápido también en base al plan de regreso a clases, muchos padres están contentos por regresar a clases, pero sin embargo hay dos grupos, ¿verdad? Los padres que se van a quedar por cuestión de seguridad de sus estudiantes, sus hijos. También yo creo que requieren una enseñanza de calidad también, y es donde se está a ese punto, ¿verdad? Tomarlo en consideración también, dos grupos de padres, ¿verdad? Y la última cosa, me gustaría hacer una invitación a nuestra superintendente nuevo para nuestra próxima junta. El 4 de marzo trataremos este tema a algunos miembros de la mesa directiva también, y también a nuestro presidente del sindicato de maestros. También me gusta juntar las partes interesadas, tratar este tema muy importante y ver cómo podemos salir adelante, agarrar el problema de frente y solucionar esto, ¿verdad? Esa es mi opinión y una cordial invitación a todos. Ok, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Juárez.
So can someone give us a summary of that?
I
don't
It is
know
written
if-
in the chat.
In the chat.
It
So-
didn't keep up.
It's in the chat.
I don't think that the rest of the participants on the Zoom can see those messages in the chat though. It was only sent to the panelists.
Right.
I'd like to hear a summary. So our
I am
Spanish
here.
speaking
I
board
am
members-
available to speak in English what he said if you can hear me.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, we have Danny in the other channel. My name is Marcela Ron, and I am one of the interpreters from the Santa Rosa City Schools. What Mr. Adrian said was the following. He said, good evening, thank you so very much. He hopes everybody is well. He heard the plan and he is very glad to hear the plan. I'm talking about the return to school plan. the return to present school. Thank you to Dr. Kitamura for all the work that she has done, and he hopes that the rest of the time that she will be working for the district will be very useful, and he on behalf of DLAC does not have but only gratitude and good and words of appreciation. The DLAC committee is very important because it helps to transmit the information to our community. So it's very important that many parents that you know that they can sense the intentions or the ideas that people have. They can identify two groups. One group is very happy about the possibility for the students to return to school in a physical manner, but another group is speaking about the intention to keep the children at home because they are concerned for the safety. It has been very difficult for many people, considering also the economic situation that all of these demands. But DLAC wants as many of you, representatives, directors, deputies, assistants of the superintendent, to be present in the meetings. He wants to extend a cordial invitation to all of you to be in these meetings, because there is nothing that can compare to the direct communication, and you can work together if you are in the meetings and hear directly from each other.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Juarez.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next comment is from Liz. Liz, would you please state your last name for the record?
Yes, can you hear me? This
Yes.
is Dr. Elizabeth Birch. Hi, thanks for taking my comment. First of all, I do want to thank you greatly for taking comments early. I wrote a letter to the president and she replied right back to me, and now there is success. So I am so happy about this. I can't tell you. I hope that you continue this practice. It really is really important to parents. Also appreciating that you are taking my comment, because I didn't raise my hand in the timely order because I couldn't tell when that was. I have a 10th grade student and she's at Santa Rosa High School, and she's okay. She's not great. She's not terrible. She is a straight A student, but kind of struggling with math now. She's going to be all right. She's lonely. I wanted to speak, though, mostly about the teachers. I do want to say, and I know parents are going through so much and their kids are going through so much, and this is really terrible. But I really want to give a lot of support, love, attention, and just positive energy toward the teachers. I believe that it's really important that, of course, we follow the science, but also that teachers feel safe. We're trying to get the vaccines as soon as possible, and I hope that they can get both of them, because if I don't have them and they don't have them, then I don't know what's going to happen. Fauci doesn't know everything that's going to happen. Okay, so the main thing is that I do feel like the teachers are scared and they need our support, and they need the union. Please don't diss the union. The union is the best thing that ever happened for education. It's the best thing that ever happened for our kids. It is going to keep our teachers well, safe, and able to work. By the way, they're parents too, many of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Natalie Goodrich, and then we have just a few more hands after that, and we're going to have to cut it off where we had announced the last hands be raised last time. So Natalie, you're next.
Thank you for taking my comment, and thank you for all of the hard work that all of you are putting into getting our kids back to school. And I would like to begin by also saying thank you to our teachers. In our home, we support teachers. We always have, and we always will. We want teachers feeling safe to go back to school, but we can no longer, as parents, neglect the fact that our children are suffering greatly by being home. These kids in Sonoma County have been out of school for fires, floods, and now this pandemic. And They are our greatest failed generation of this time. As a parent, I fear that when you stand up and say we need to get our kids back in school, you are looked at as someone that doesn't support the education system or teachers, when in fact that's not the case at all. A parent has a job, and their most important job is to take care of their kids and to do best by their children, which is exactly what most of us as parents are attempting to do. My children are at RVMS and Srta's. They have incredible teachers that we applaud and are so grateful for each and every day. But that being said, distance learning is a temporary solution for our children that is no longer working for our kids. It's been long-term, and we need to work together with the administration, the teachers, the union, and the parents to do right by these kids and get them back in the classrooms. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Emma. Emma, could you please state your last name for the record?
Hi, my name is Emma Mott. I am a junior at Maria Carrillo High School, and I just really want to urge everyone to vote yes tonight. I have been in distance learning for almost a full year now, and I feel as though I really haven't been getting the education I usually would. I haven't felt engaged in school since I have been on campus, and I just really want to be able to go back to school in a safe way. And so I urge all of you to vote yes.
Thank you, Emma. Next is Susan Fries.
Hi, good evening. I'm a teacher in Santa Rosa City Schools, 4th grade. And I just wanted to express some real concerns about the way that this is going to roll out with our classes being shuffled and our students changing. I believe about half of my students are going to be put into distance and half are going to be put into hybrid, which undoubtedly means I will have different students than I started with in August. They will have different peers and classmates and possibly classroom combinations, 3rd, 4th grade or 4th, 5th grade, whatever the combos are. It's just unconscionable to me because we've already gone through so much trauma and so much strain that these students have built relationships, believe it or not. They have built relationships. They are fond of each other. They care for each other. They're a community. And that's with the whole connection before content. We've been trying to do that and we have succeeded. So I just wanted to express that point of view, and also that teachers don't want to just feel safe. They want to be safe. And I please don't think it's about a bunch of fear and people worrying. It's about science. We are following science. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Minona Haviland.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, sorry, I was juggling with bedtime. My name is Minona Haviland, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary school children in SRCS schools. Thank you for taking my comment. I know there've been a lot of really great comments already. And I just want to say that I'm very pleased that you have this resolution before you to return to school in a hybrid manner starting in April for elementary school children. My children are looking forward to returning to school, meeting their teacher and their peers. And I applaud this planning work. I also wish it had been done sooner, but if wishes were money, we'd all be rich. However, I'm very concerned about what is going to happen in the 2021-2022 school year. That's only in 6 months in August. And I would like to see in this plan a resolution to see a full reopening of our schools, because the hybrid of just a few hours in person a week is not enough for really instructing our youngest, most vulnerable students. And I would like to see a goal that we be back to 5 days a week in-person learning in August, and to work together with our public health department, teachers, facilities. I don't think it's just going to happen magically that we're back in person full time in August. And I think it's what we want. We need to set a goal for it and then work together to be able to get there. So I urge you to think about not just this spring, but next fall, and to include in your resolution some goals for next fall. Thank you very much. I hope everyone has a good evening.
Thank you. And with that, we have reached the time limit for public comment on E1, but if you have your hand raised for this, I will offer that you will be first in line for E2 should you choose to raise your hand for E2, which is a related item. Thank you, President Fong. We're done with E1.
Thank you to everyone who waited long to speak. And I was also really glad that we had suggestions from board members to change it up tonight. I'm going to say this. My heart is so heavy and we are all so sad. This is also unprecedented, but the gratitude I have for everyone trying to do their very best job is immeasurable. Students and teachers and classified staff and counselors and our administrators and our superintendent and our family engagement people and every single person, child nutrition, parents, everyone trying to do a good job for the kids in our community. So there's gratitude and there's grace, and we will just keep growing. And we don't agree, and we all have different ways, but we're all rowing in the same direction. I do want to mention something about the notion of putting kids in private schools, and certainly people do have that opportunity to put their children in private school, but the notion of the best and the brightest, that we're losing those, I am going to take a strong exception to that. That we educate who walks in the door and we do our very best. And you have choices in our country, because that's how our country runs. You have choices, but certainly there are many best and there are many brightest. So board, hands up if you have comments on this, and then it's an action item. Director McCormick.
I thank you so much for just thanks to everybody who's been working on the evolution of this plan. And I'm thrilled that we have an opportunity to take action and move forward with these dates that we have now. So I would like to move that we approve item E1, the approval of the return to school plan 3.0.
Second.
Okay, so that was moved by Vice President McCormick and seconded by Director Manieri. Board discussion, please. Director De La Cruz.
Thank you for so much hard work. I want to shout out to two people I heard tonight who, to me, really represented some of the most beautiful parts of this community and recognized the kind of just the earnest practicality and the community love and respect for different perspectives that I think makes us who we are. Pat Bailey, you made me cry tonight just talking about what it is that you learned as a parent walking into those classrooms and how real your experience was to inform, folks who are scared, right? I'm scared. New variants are in, our state. The science changes every day. We're all trying to rely on the best science. And I just really want to appreciate those efforts, Mr. Bailey, that you made and just going in and seeing for yourself and sharing what it is that you saw. And I think that, if we all did more of that, that would be amazing. Natalie Goodrich, you took the words right out of my mouth. You can't expect schools to open if employers aren't taking care of their workers. You can't expect schools to open if spikes in our communities of color and in our essential workers and in people who can't shoulder this burden, shouldn't be forced to shoulder this burden alone, have been mistreated the way that they have. And I just want to give a shout out to what it feels like to be leaders in a system that has a strong union, and what that means for the realities of how important it is that teachers do have a strong voice for their safety, to protect them. And, you know, I think that connectivity and that recognition is really important for us to recognize that that's an opportunity that many, many workers have not had the privilege of, and that is why we have been in the place that we are as a county for as long as we have, in purple, because our Latinx, Spanish-speaking essential workers have shouldered this burden for our community in ways that is really unfair and unjust, and they are not represented by a union. And for the most part, we're at another precipice. This kind of feels like June or July of last year, where we really could have like jumped on, you know, a different kind of a train. And so I really just want us to continue recognizing that we still have to follow the rules. We still have to make sure that we are wearing our masks and that we are being safe and that we are taking our time to get in line when it's our turn, and that we're doing everything we can to prioritize our kids going back to school. So please stay safe, recognize that we have freedom and that our kids have what they need when we really recognize the connectivity between each and every one of us and the responsibility that that creates to consider those of us who need to be centered in this conversation more than anyone. I hate how we're pitted against each other. I really don't like the way the system does that. North County versus South County, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, return to school, please, now.
Director Manieri.
I was so happy and it weighs heavy on my heart to hear all of the students who spoke this evening. And I'm really glad that we were able to hear from them. And you know, students have been at the center of this conversation since the beginning. And I know it doesn't always feel that way, but they really have. And every time I ask a question, every time I go offline with Superintendent Kitamura, or, you know, I reach out and I think about things, it's students who are at the center of it. And I mean, I talk a lot with student board member Omar Lopez, because you know, that's what's important to me, to know where students are at and what's needed. And it's taken us a long time, but we're here now. And I'm really appreciative of all the work that's been done. And we're almost there. We can't lose hope. I know that sometimes it feels like that's it. And we're going to, you know, be in the same place where we were last year, but we have to hold on to that hope. And I'm really looking forward to what you know, March, April, May is going to look like. It'll look very different. And I know with uncertainty may come feelings of anxiety, but I'm also really hopeful. And I just wanted to say to Superintendent Kitamura that our promotores are your promotores. Whatever we need to do to make sure that our community has access to information, that they know what's going on, let's talk about it, and make sure that that we are properly serving the community that we really need to be serving. So just wanted to also publicly commit to that. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Vice President.
I think Director Medina had his hand up.
I'm looking for your hand. Director Medina, your hand is up.
Yeah, it's been up. Well, I was going to call a question, but I'll let Director Sheffield speak. And could you let me know, are you not able to see my hand? Is it too?
It kind of blends in. So does mine.
It blends into the books, but we can see it.
And then Director Sheffield, I see you waving and your hand is covered.
I'm
by
making
something
sure
on
you
the
can
computer.
see the hand, you see?
Okay, Director Sheffield and Director
Thank
Medina will come back to you if you need to.
All right. Well, I want to thank all the people who spoke during public comment. There's a lot of truth, so much truth in everything that was said, and that, you know, appreciate you all hanging in there, 8:30 tonight. And since you're all still staying tuned, I think it's also important that for everybody to know that we have taken so many actions throughout the year, not just in the past few weeks. And if you can take a look at the resolution that we're going to look at item E2, which lays out everything that we have done, all while taking into consideration local, state, and federal laws, state and local public health guidance, California Department of Education guidance, new and developing laws and regulations, new scientific breakthroughs, hours and hours of public comment at our meetings, hundreds of emails and phone calls and texts and social media posts and late night board meetings, calls from the press, disinformation that is out there, comments made by social media trolls, threats from hostile and anxious community members, and everything else that the pandemic has thrown at us, like wildfire threats and blizzards in Texas and grizzly bears and ghosts and zombies and everything else. I just want to say that, you know, the best situation obviously is to have our students return back to in-person instruction as soon as possible. And everything that we've done to this point reaffirms our commitment to do everything that we can do to return everybody this school year. But there can't be promises. And I'm really sorry to say this. I'm sorry that our students and families are suffering. I am sorry to every person who's listening. So, you know, I just want to say that my personal approach to all things pandemic is to focus on managing the expectations in what I guess has become our new reality of ever-changing variables and uncertainty. And all of us should know that by now, any plans that have been made or will be made, they're subject to change, and they probably will change even at the 11th hour, and that we should be prepared for that. And I'm optimistic, and I always try to stay positive. But to be perfectly honest, I don't promise my kids to expect anything right now. There's just too much uncertainty. We should learn this. The pandemic has taught us that. And it's so sad that we've come to a point where even the most positive people, like my wife, if you've never met her, she's the most positive person in the world. We have to abide by the adage that no promises made means no promises broken. And I only say this to remind us to please stay grounded in this crazy reality that we're currently living in. And as a parent and as an elected representative for our schools, you know, I'll say it again and again, I apologize for any missteps that we've made. And we're just trying to get things right and to keep our students and our staff and our families and our communities safe. So that's all. Continue to wear your masks and wash your hands and get tested, get vaccinated when you're able, and we'll continue to do our best and hopefully get through all this. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's it for now. I know that Director Medina will comment later. All right, so let's take the vote. That was motioned by Vice President McCormick and seconded by Director Manieri.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Yes, aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Flores. Director Medina,
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye, thank you. And thank you for everyone's comments, everyone's emails, everyone's efforts. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to E2. And this is an action item. It's approval of the resolution for return to hybrid in-person instruction.
President Fong, members of the board, again, we presented all you were going to present, combining both. And so I actually turn it back to the board for any questions and the public comment for those few who wanted to speak at the last item.
All right, Director Medina.
Yeah, just first a couple corrections and then followed by question. Under the resolution on page 1, the second whereas from the bottom on the first page, I think the date should be December 14th, 2020 instead of 2021. Then on the very bottom under
Wait. Say it again. Page.
this page 1, the second whereas from the bottom on the individual graduation plans.
Yes.
I think the year should be 2020, not 2021.
Right.
Then on the resolve section 7, just a little correction. It says CCP. I think that should be CPP. And then on page 3, I just wanted to clarify on the third whereas from the bottom. Did it talks about some documents released on February 19th. Did that actually occur?
We received I know CDHP. I don't know about CDC, and we just received something about from the U.S. Department of Education. So
I'm just sorry.
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just gonna say, could we just change the language to
February,
the stuff that was released by them instead of
sure.
expected to be released?
Yeah.
So that's all I had.
I'm gonna actually double check. Steve, do you CDHP was released.
Right, and the CDC release, that was the February, that was the release 2 Fridays ago, if that's what it's referring to.
And the U.S. Department of Ed had a guide as well.
I did not review that. I can look that up, but
Okay, we'll check the date and make the appropriate adjustment, Director Medina.
I'm good otherwise.
Was that it, Director Medina?
Oh, also on page 3, that final whereas also has the CCP instead of the CP. I know, but
Oh yeah, CCP instead of CPP. Okay. Yeah, we'll make those.
Is that section 7?
This is on page 3, the final whereas.
Yeah, CCP instead of CPP.
And that was also on section 7 on the resolved as well.
Okay, thank you. Director De La Cruz.
Damn, $5. I just wanted to see if there was some consideration for pushing back the July 15th date. Given I think everything that we're hearing and just how long it takes to get some of this stuff done so that we can really have some time to have kind of learned and debriefed from our adventures together this spring at an earlier time so that we have the time to get the work done over the summer. And so I just wanted to see if there was, oh, no, I guess my question is, Why July 15th? What's special about that date? I want to understand that better.
A couple of things I considered. One of them was your new superintendent coming aboard July 1. So that was one. The second thing is that I don't know about, I mean, in my mind, the plan for the fall is full in-person instruction 5 days a week. That's it. So what we would be deciding on July 5th would be if things were happening in the county or whatever around COVID, then the decision would be by July 15th, whether or not you were going to do hybrid. So to me, the default is you're back in school as a regular school, 5 days a week, every day, you know, all day. That what you'll be adjusting for at the time is the situation around COVID. So that was our thinking around the resolution.
I guess if there's some way to make it clear that that is the default that we are working to, and I take into consideration really, I mean, Ed's words right now, you know, it's like, it's really hard to promise. So I wonder if there's also a schedule where we can say, okay, throughout the summer, we'll have these kind of benchmark dates, you know, for us to use to take into consideration, knowing what we know, right? Things changed week by week. And, you know, and trying to set some hard and fast, like July 15th deadline doesn't necessarily gel with reality, right? So can we say, like, every board meeting, there will be an update and a decision, like around, you know, or direction or something, so that we're really just keeping this at the forefront, with also making the commitment that that's the gold standard, right? Is being in person 5 days a week.
Yeah, we can. I think that's a great idea. We can add that that language in there under section 6, page 5. We can add the superintendent will provide a regular update, you know, at every meeting until there. I think that, excuse me, that is fine.
I really like that. I like the kind of a regular update every meeting. And then I think that the other thing that, you know, again, really thinking about how we have learned from our experiences together, making sure that we understand what things we have the ability to take action on, right, on a regular basis. And so, like, for example, the County Board of Supervisors has done a COVID update every other meeting, twice a month, basically, right? With action items for the Board of Supervisors to take. And so I'm wondering if there can be something that's just a regular kind of expectation that isn't tied around like a return to school plan, but like the pieces and the decisions that incrementally need to be made every single time we get together, right? To make sure that we're all kind of rowing in that direction with the end goal of reaching the gold standard in the fall. And it may be, you know, that we're also talking about like that an action plan will consist of making sure that board members are lobbying, you know, our policymakers around specific things that will support our actions, right? That we may not have authority for. And so if there's some way for us to just be kind of consistently dedicated to making sure that we know, right, every time we have actions in front of us on a regular basis to get to that end. Where it's and I think that there is something about like not wanting something to become ossified in one document that holds everything up on this one document, right? Like I think that can also be limiting in some way, right? And controversial, instead of being able to move us kind of like down a path together every single time we're talking about it.
Mm-hmm. What if we, I think that's a lot to put as an amendment to this resolution. I think the things that we can add to it as approve it with these modifications, I think it's fine. We can do that the July 15th, but this is why the meeting every week, the other things that up top that we were talking about, The idea that is popping into my head is that the public may not know this, so I'll say this. I am bringing forward to the board a transition succession plan of all of the projects that we're working on, all the initiatives with pertinent information for the new superintendent to be able to take that document and know who to talk to, who to contact, the purpose for this particular movement or action. And a part of that transition plan will be what you just said, Director De La Cruz, around, every meeting. Actually, what the goal is, backwards map it, break it apart with, I want to say benchmarks or indicators of where we are along the way that the board can take action on. So if that suffices, and maybe if the board doesn't want it in my succession plan or my transition plan and as a standalone document, I'm fine with that. So either way, as we get prepared for 5 days a week in-person instruction for the fall. So any other thoughts or input about that?
Director
No,
Medina.
I think I'm good, just wanting some more clarity about what the default is, and then also just a regular item.
Right. Yeah, is there anything else? Oh, Director Medina's hands up.
I think first off, on the July 15th date, I think that should be July 14th. We have a meeting, I think, on July 14th, not the 15th. I don't know if somebody wants to double check on that. But in terms of the regular updates, I think the language as it is fine by me. I think the idea of like mandating it every meeting, I think doesn't allow for flexibility. And I feel like we have so many things to do between now and then. I think I trust that we would get regular updates just without having to codify it with like very restrictive language. The date of July 14th, that first meeting in July, I think makes sense to me, just given where the following semester starts in August, which would allow like time to implement whatever new instructional models we may look at. So I think giving that time for that implementation and planning and getting all the stakeholders in line, to agree and would be important. I think so. I think that date does make sense.
That's a final date, and I'm not sure that we meet on the 14th or the 21st. Now that I think about it, because there's the first, we only have one meeting in July, so I need to check that. But that like, how we brought so many drafts forward, that the first draft isn't on July. The first draft is back in May or June, but that the final decision would be in that July timeframe.
Let's see. Anybody know what
Anything
the
else,
calendar
Director
shows
Medina?
for the meeting?
I think
Yeah, I
it's
said.
Is it the 21st or the 28th, team?
I have it down as the 14th.
1, 2, I don't know if that's, usually there's a like 2 or 3 weeks break in July. So
The board meeting
Yeah,
calendar says that the July
The
meeting is
28th.
the 28th.
yeah,
Yeah, the 28th.
28th. So
Yeah, which even at that date, the 28th, I think is then pushing it. But I mean, yeah, we only have one meeting in July generally, unless we schedule another one. And then,
and you
so
might
I
with a
think
new
we'd
superintendent.
want to correct that date.
Yeah, well, the new superintendent, you might want to have a July meeting, earlier July meeting, because otherwise at the end of July, you're starting into school in the next couple of weeks. So, okay, we'll set a special meeting. Since I'm still superintendent now, I'm going to set a special meeting for that earlier in July, and that would be that date is really the final. And the drafts that we bring forward to you guys is really before that.
But in terms of the language for this resolution that we have forth, should it be the 28th because that's where the regularly scheduled board meeting is?
I think it should be a special meeting on the 14th.
Okay, so it should be changed to that. That's fine by me if nobody objects to that.
Yeah. So,
Okay, so let me be clear. We got section 4. July 15th, we're changing to July 14th, superintendent.
14th, a special meeting on July 14th.
Okay.
It's the final instructional model. And I'm going to clarify earlier, I'm going to clarify here about that the default is going back to school in person 5 days a week. And then some of the typographical things that Dr. Medina pointed out. And I'm sure,
All right, thank you.
I'm sure Ms. Flores has gotten the rest of them for me.
Vice President McCormick.
I was just going to suggest that we move to public comment on this.
It is time for public comment on item E2. Thank you.
So if you'd like to comment on E2, please raise your hand. And I also have a list of those who were had hands raised at the end of the last item, and those will be first if you choose to raise your hand for this item. And our first public comment is Hannah Madison.
Hi there. I'll probably get emotional, just an immediate heads up because that's the kind of person I am. But I teach kindergarten at Hidden Valley Elementary School. And I was planning to comment on the last item, but after hearing Director De La Cruz, I just wanted to add that as an educator who would really value the choice to be able to teach concurrently, or at least try that right now. And as an educator who doesn't always agree with the loudest voices in the room, I would really push that when things are decided this summer, that we do look at this spring to see what has worked, and allow educators this spring to try things that, if possible, such as this concurrent teaching, so that if we end up in a situation like this again in fall, those teachers who have tried that can really speak to their peers and talk about the challenges of that or the strengths of that. I also just wanted to share that I taught from my whiteboard for the first time in almost a year this week. And I typically use a document camera, but I didn't have it with me. And I didn't expect the butterflies that I got in front of my whiteboard, and I didn't expect it to feel like coming home in a special way. And to be in that spot in the front of my room where I've connected and grown with students in the past made me feel meaningful and effective in a way that I have not felt in quite some time. It's a different energy, and I want my students to feel that with me in person always. And I know they get it sometimes on Zoom, but not in the same way. My little beans I want my little beans to get to experience that feeling with me at least once during their time in kindergarten this year. And I want the kids in kindergarten for years to come to get to feel that magic that really only happens in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madison. Next,
I love it.
Next is Sonia Beerbaum.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys hear?
Yes,
I
we can.
apologize if there is any jazz music coming through. I just stepped away from my rehearsal. My name is Sonia Beerbaum. I'm a senior at Montgomery. I am a member of the class of 2021. My sister Layla Beerbaum was a member of the class of 2020. And my brother Cyrus is going to be an incoming freshman. My sister went to high school at Santa Rosa High School for 2 years and then transferred to Montgomery. And I spent the entirety of my time at Montgomery. And now my parents are asking me where they should send my younger brother. And I cannot in good conscience advise my parents to send my brother to a Santa Rosa City Schools high school if we don't open in person. And it's not because I don't desperately want to. It's because as a senior who's abided by COVID and the twist and turn of planning for COVID, and I've seen Napa schools succeed where we could not. And I understand what you say about educating every student who comes through your door, but it's so hard because I know my brother could totally succeed there. But I have a single parent who works full time, so I'm fully in charge of making sure my brother goes to school. And every day I have to force him out of bed to go to his classes. And he asks me, Sonia, why? What's the point? I'm not learning anything. And that's really hard for me to answer because at the same time, I don't know. And as a senior, it's been so frustrating to learn that graduation, one thing that if you work hard in your classes, if you persevere, you get to do with the class of 2021. And it doesn't matter if you're an artist or an athlete, you're just a member of the class of 2021. We need action. We need more than planning. I know you've claimed that students are the center of this conversation, but we need to be part of this conversation, not just the subject. So please, I urge you to vote yes, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I'll just note that we cannot take any more hands at this time. We have the time limit with the hands we have. The next is Paul Poling. Paul, are you there? Okay, next is Anastasia Tovar Rose.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
I'm not happy with this July 14th. Diane needs to finish her job. She started this, she needs to finish it. She got a huge raise to do this job. She needs to finish it before this end of the school year.
Thank you. Next comment is from someone named Bell. Could you please state your first name for the record?
My name is Ashley Bell, and I'm a teacher at Santa Rosa High School. I just wanted to say thank you to President Fong for her comment after our last public comments. As an educator here in Santa Rosa City Schools, every one of my students is the best and the brightest, and it is an absolute privilege to get to be a part of their lives. And I do not take that lightly, and I appreciate your comment, Director Fong.
Thank you. Next comment is Veronica Jordan.
Hi again, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Veronica Jordan. Thanks. I'll be quick. I appreciate that during your conversation that you talked about the default being 5 days a week in person. That is to me not clear in the current way the resolution is written. And it is clear to me that all around the Bay Area and California, schools and districts are talking about hybrid for the fall. So I would really like the language of full 5 days a week in the resolution as the goal. I also think this week I got a notice from my child's preschool saying, what is your plan for next fall? Will you enroll next fall? And so I think we're all thinking already about fall. And I do think we need to understand what the plan is before July 14th. That doesn't work for any of us who are trying to plan our lives, our families, our childcare, and try to figure out how to function in this strange world. I absolutely understand that there are no promises, but we need to have a commitment to full in-person in the fall, and we need to have that written down so that we can refer back to it as we do the work going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Janelle Payne.
Good evening, everyone. I am speaking tonight to follow my venerable colleague, Kristen Reed, who spoke to you earlier. I'm wondering how we can be resolving tonight to return secondary students when there quite literally is no plan for them. None. The plans in the RTS that you've just approved have already been turned down by our public health department. There's too much mixing of students. There's no stable groups. And no new plan has been proposed to replace it. And yet here we are. So which classes will students attend? On which days? How are they going to gain access to the other classes that they're enrolled in? When will students be notified of the schedule changes? And then secondly, tonight the board and district officials acknowledged the trauma that our students have experienced. And they're going to be returning to campus with that. And it was acknowledged that we need to use the power of our relationships to help these students with that trauma. And in the same breath, we are talking about massive schedule changes as students return to campus, and we require students and teachers to be juggled. How will breaking the established relationships that we have help our students process the trauma that they've experienced? Doesn't that, in fact, traumatize them more? It appears too late to save our elementary students from this experience of juggling teachers and classes, but we do have an opportunity with secondary. So I encourage the board and the district to first identify an acceptable plan for secondary before ratifying a resolution to return those students. And also, I look forward to resuming in-person board meetings with you beginning April 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we take our next comment, just a correction. We are not limiting our public comment, so I apologize for that if I got that wrong. And but if you do want to comment on this item E2, please raise your hand at this time, and that will really help us a lot. Thank you. Next is Csca Okura.
Hello, board and Dr. Kitamura. I just have a quick comment. I want to urge you to amend the resolution to state that the default for fall will be a regular 5-day per week full day schedule. And I also would like to ask that you have some metrics that you develop around how you're going to make that decision between going in for the fall full time and what would drive a decision to go into hybrid. I think just in, full transparency, I think we need to set up and establish metrics that we can say every, week, are we meeting this metric? Are we heading towards full time? We just need to know where we're heading. And I think establishing those now early in the process will really help with transparency and really help with our planning, because if the fall goes back only in hybrid, parents and the community have a lot of decisions to make. And I guess that goes towards my second request, is that I'm really wanting to see if you can pull up the decision to go into on the fall format to the June 23rd meeting. So the district has at least 5 weeks before school starts. And so parents have time to decide if that format's going to work for their family. We're going to have to juggle, the district's going to have to juggle schedule changes and things like that. And as we're seeing right now, the district needs time to implement whatever format's decided. So I feel like June 23rd would be the best date to target for deciding that. And I guess just real quickly with regards to going back to school this spring, for my child, I love his teacher, but I still want him to return to school, even if it means with a different teacher. I just think the benefits outweigh the downside so much, and he won't be traumatized by that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we're going to have an interpreter change before the next comment.
Thank you, moderator.
Thank you.
All right, our next public comment is Sarah Ponsford.
Hello, I am the parent of a 16-year-old with an intellectual disability. I've worked and advocated for her to be included in her neighborhood school her entire life. Special education is not supposed to be an adjective to describe my daughter. It's supposed to be a system of supports and accommodations that help her access the general education curriculum. She is not a special education student. She is an SRCS student. She is your student. Her IEP team has worked tirelessly for her and her classmates. This is not a failure due to lack of effort, due to lack of care, or due to lack of creativity. That being said, without constant in-person, one-on-one support, my daughter cannot access Zoom and therefore cannot access the curriculum. This is true for many students with IEPs. It's important to look back at history and recognize that it is not new that students with disabilities have been left out of school, left out of communities and society, all under the heading of protecting them. It will be complicated and take a lot of resources to bring students with disabilities back to school in person. They are worth it. They are legally entitled to an education provided in a format they can access. Please make it happen immediately. Guidance from the CDC and CDHP has an allowance for these students to receive specialized services, even in purple. We are past that, and I just want to thank everyone for all of their work and encourage you to bring these students back immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Deanna Olivares. Deanna, are you there? All right, next we will go to Joshua Lewis. Joshua, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Joshua Lewis. I'm a special education teacher at Elsie Allen High School. And I want to first acknowledge that there's been a lot of wonderful, kind words from parents. I've had bated breath every time a parent has come on, and for fear that there's going to be something hurtful towards teachers or the union, but there's been so much kindness tonight, and I think we're all moving forward, and I want to acknowledge and appreciate that. I want to also acknowledge that disproportionately, it sounds like a lot of the community speaking up tonight are parents of children with IEPs, and I just want to keep encouraging you parents to do that. Your advocacy, your love, it's beautiful. Thank you. As a special education teacher, thank you. I also want to advocate on behalf of classroom sizes. I have a friend who is a parent of an elementary school student in the district, and her big beef with what's happened here in the last year is that why are we not pushing for smaller classroom sizes? You know, I'm going to go back hopefully sooner rather than later with my students, but that's because I have small classroom sizes. I mean, yeah, they are students with IEPs and they're labeled as those with the greatest needs, but you know, logistically, my classroom, it adheres to getting back on campus. But if I was one of my colleagues that teaches Math 1 with 38 students, it's a logistical nightmare. So I know it's not the district's fault necessarily, but I think that needs to be acknowledged that we need to do better for the kids in the big picture going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to try Deanna Olivares again. Deanna, are you there? All right, moving on to Tracy M.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, what is your last name, Tracy?
My last name is Maniscalco, and I would also like to speak to the return to school schedule for secondary and just how it's just piggybacking on what Janelle Payne and Kristen Reed said earlier about the how the workability of the schedule is not happening as it's written, and how I would really like to see some more creativity in looking at ways we can get the secondary kids back to school, whether it's, you know, having them in some sort of, you know, study hall cohort in the afternoon to where they can get support from at least one of their teachers so that we can have stable cohorts. I know that maybe not the best idea, maybe it's a good idea, I'm just throwing it out there, but you know, something that's more creative. And as we're looking at the fall, You know, I know our default is 5 days a week in person, and I am all for that. But I feel like that planning for the worst and hoping for the best is a really good approach here, and figuring out a way to have cohorts in the schedule just in case. Because if you have 2 cohorts, then, you know, you can always mix them together to make a section later if the best happens. But if the worst happens, at least you have the cohorts made. And so I would really just urge everyone to, you know, start thinking about these things in advance, because it was just really disappointing that we were, you know, we knew about this in March, and that we're this far into this year, and we're still, you know, one of the biggest things in secondary is the scheduling. Like, classes of 38 do not break down into cohorts of 15 or less. And we have classes of 45 in areas in some of the high schools. Like, that's not the norm, but they're there. And so I would just really like to encourage everyone to really look at the class sizes, make it a priority to have it under 30, so that if the worst happens, that we're ready for it, so that we're not stuck in this place again. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Sorry to cut off your last word there. Patrick Bailey is our next public comment.
Good evening, Dr. Kitamura, administrators and members again. I'm calling to endorse the return to school resolution that was presented. For me, the return to school this spring isn't about academic progress. It's about teachers, students, and family learning, and in some cases, relearning how to go to school. One note that I didn't write down is, please, somebody come up with a way for the seniors to have a rocking party that they will remember 10 years from now. It's going to be a strange party. I don't, you know, there's creative people here. Please work on that. Now back to my script. It's about figuring out how many substitutes we're going to need. It's about finding out how many leaves of the absence are going to be taken. It's, in the worst case scenario, finding out if there's going to be a strike or not. I mean, I hope all of these are managed, but it's about all of those things. Just to reiterate what others said, that the resolution needs an addendum or a future resolution that moves the date to, and my preference would be like May, to commit to a return in the fall in person. And I would say that with a new superintendent coming on board, that person's going to have a very clean, clear roadmap, at least for the first month or two. You can't be expecting them to sort out a hot mess. There's going to be plenty of hot messes. We're going to learn from this, but let's do the learning sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Hannah Hoffman.
Hello, good evening. My name is Hannah Hoffman. Tonight, I'm speaking as a teacher who works in special education, specifically the resource program for elementary. I want to thank everyone for all of their work and to thank the parents for advocating for their children. We've heard from many tonight, especially parents with students who have IEPs. And as many of you know, these students are legally entitled to support services outlined in their IEPs. They also have a legal right to learn and be served in the least restrictive environment with their peers to the greatest extent possible. Under normal circumstances, students who receive these services are pulled out of their general education classrooms to meet with specialists, or specialists push in to the general education classroom. This mixing is not as feasible in a hybrid model, as it will reduce capacity of the cohorts if specialists push into the classrooms, and mixing stable groups for pull-out services is not allowed. Teachers have been asking about this for months at the special education return to school meetings. There's concern among teachers about how we will support our students in a hybrid model. We don't yet have that answer. When will we have these questions answered so we can inform students and their families what services will look like when we return to campus? And just before I end, I do want to reiterate one point that a colleague made previously. And teachers don't need to feel safe. We need to be safe, as do our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next is Jessica Hewitt.
I think I'm unmuted. Thanks for taking my comments. I wanted to say we've had a great experience at French American. My son is in kindergarten, so I really appreciate the staff there. We certainly would prefer for him to go back on April the 1st in person, and then certainly, 5 full days, in the fall would be our high preference. So again, thanks very much for taking my comments, and I appreciate all the work that's been done here.
Thank you. And President Fong, there are no more hands raised.
Thank you, everyone. All right. This is an action item.
I'd like to move to adopt the resolution.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're breaking up a little bit, but I think you made the motion, and Director McCormick.
Well, hang on. She's about to make a motion, but I want to make a comment. So.
Okay, so do I have a second? Do I have a second?
It was just, I wanted to be clear my motion. Sorry, you cut me off before I finished my sentence and I wasn't sure why. So I just wanted to make the motion with the amendments that we had discussed. And so I'm getting a nod from Dr. Kitamura. Okay, great.
Sorry. I'll second.
Okay, so that was seconded by Director Medina. And we have a comment by Vice President McCormick.
So I had a few comments. One is, I think that we do need to push to have in section 4, to move it to at the latest whenever we plan to meet in June. And I want to make sure people understand it says on or before that date. So hopefully we can do it before that date. But I think moving it to June, whatever our June date is, because now I'm confused when our June and July meetings are, but whatever our June date is, I think we should move it to that. 1, the sooner the better. 2, that gives us the time that we need. I understand it's a heavy lift. And 3, it's before we have the transition to a different superintendent. So I would like to make a friendly amendment that we move that date up in the resolution to at the latest, whatever our June board meeting date is.
Friendly amendment accepted.
I would object. I would basically say that, we've got the July 14th date. I think if we give guidance for superintendent for June 23rd in terms of guidance, the current language allows for that. But this gives us that flexibility.
Well, I feel like we need to set a date, and the reality is rules change every day. And so things might have to slide anyways, but I think we should set a date, and I would prefer June 23rd, but we can talk about that more in a minute. I also want to say a couple other things. One is that as a teacher myself, I really understand, especially at the secondary level, well, and at the elementary level, that the thought of changing teachers, changing schedules, and having student rosters moved around in this movement to get us back onto campus and in person is going to be a struggle. And so I hear that, and I also agree that's less than ideal. However, I feel strongly that getting back in person needs to be triaged higher as more urgent and as a priority. And so we really, in the way we are right now, with every day going by as it is, with these dates that we now have set in this resolution, I feel like we have to, that we need to get in person. That is, I know it's all important, but that's more important in my opinion when we're triaging how we're making these decisions right now. And I feel like the biggest reason why, just personally, is that this is a extremely heavy lift to get us back on campus. And I'm thrilled that we are looking at getting secondary back on campus, because just a few weeks ago, it was like K-3, cross your fingers, and who knows about the rest. And so now we're talking all the way up to 12. So I am absolutely thrilled about that. And I think we need to keep pushing on that. But if we don't make movements and do this, and Director Sheffield said this in a couple of meetings ago, we need to get on campus and work the kinks out, work the bugs out, and improve. Otherwise, we're going to be here in August, and I don't want to be here in August. And I know the teachers don't want to be here in August, and I know the parents and the kids don't want to be here in August. And so we need to push. I feel like we are on the brink. I understand how heavy the lift is, but I think we have to push to get back on campus for those students and parents that feel comfortable to do that. And that needs to be our priority. And I feel like this resolution is making it a priority. And so I just want to acknowledge the fact that the moving around of rosters is going to be a hiccup in the system. But I think getting us back on campus and having that opportunity is more important, and we need to prioritize that. And again, I will say, I think we need to change the resolution to say June 23rd or whenever that meeting is.
Okay, so let me just check. Vice President McCormick, are you making a friendly amendment?
I did, and Director De La Cruz accepted it.
Enthusiastically. Accepted.
And Director Medina, you said?
I said that I didn't. I said that the language of July 14th still allows for June 23rd. And we could give that direction to our staff without necessarily changing the language. And I think it'll give us that flexibility.
Okay, so you seconded it, but you don't second it now with that amendment. Is that right?
I don't accept the friendly amendment.
So do we vote on it and you vote against it, or do we not vote on that?
We need a new.
It was just a friendly amendment.
Yeah,
There need to be a separate motion for an amendment.
You guys are cutting out.
So do you need me to make a separate motion then, since it was not accepted?
There's already a motion on the floor.
So we have to vote on that first. Okay.
You would need to make a motion to amend.
I need to make a motion to amend?
If you're really adamant about the June 23rd date, then a motion to amend would be the appropriate act.
So what do we do with the motion on the floor?
Well, after a motion to amend, if a motion to amend passes, then that amends the motion.
Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. So I would like to move to amend the resolution of E2, our approval of the resolution for return to hybrid in-person instruction. In the resolution under section number 4, that we change the date to June 23rd, 2021.
Okay, we need a second for that.
So I'm sorry. I think that some of the changes that I had asked for to the resolution included actually kind of dialing back the importance of one date and saying that we were going to have a standing item to talk about how we will get to a decision on July 23rd, or whenever that happens. And so, and to recognize that a date, does the unfortunate thing that I think we've all experienced with this March 1 thing, right, is that it raises expectations that may not be able to be met. But if we're moving through something on a regular basis, then one date actually loses some of its fraughtness. And so
I completely understand that, like 100%. But I do think it's very important that we plan, that we set a deadline before the transition of the superintendents. That's really important to me.
I agree completely.
Okay, so from the three of you, I think
Good
this
point.
is what I'm hearing and how we can move forward. With Vice President's Jill McCormick's agreement that we leave it as it is, because as Director Medina points out, it's on or before. And that Director De La Cruz did point out that, and Superintendent Kitamura did agree that we would be getting regular updates. And so that's
Well,
where
no
I
one
think we can leave
seconded
it.
my amendment, so I think it dies.
That would be the next thing.
So it dies. No one
Okay.
said, there was no
I see
second.
that. I see that Director Flores has his hand up as well.
Well, wait. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Did you have a comment about this, Director Flores? Okay. And Director Medina has his hand up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to comment just kind of on the last two items, but collectively kind of in response to a lot of what I've heard from the community. So first off, thanks to everybody that spoke. You know, I understand that everybody's speaking for passion for our children's in terms of reopening back to school. I did want to kind of apologize to everybody that kind of had the impression that we were opening on March 1st or that we had committed to that, because I hear a lot of that. And to me, at no point did I ever believe that we were going to open on March 1st. It was that we wanted to be ready and implement everything within our power to open by March 1st. So it's kind of disappointing that, you know, in the media it came off differently, and unfortunately that has frustrated people. And I know a lot of people talked about trust of the district. And, you know, I feel that with this motion, this resolution now, we're committing to an opening of returning to school in a hybrid fashion for April 1st. And, you know, I ask that you all trust us and continue to trust us, and hopefully it doesn't get distorted within the media. And I wanted to talk about the fact that everything that we're doing comes with a lot of variables that are in play, and that it's really restricted by so many things, a lot of things that are out of our control. So there can't be like 100% guarantee that, you know, something crazy might not happen out there that might change things, but I think we're really committed to this. I also want to touch base on the whole thing, on something that I've just seen a lot that's kind of tied into media, but just in this whole situation, I feel there's been a lot of tension between parents and teachers. And I think, you know, we gotta remain united and stay in this for our children. I think, you know, our teachers are there to do their best. They want to do best by our children. You know, the fact that they've chosen teaching as a career is important. And I understand the frustration of parents, but, you know, we're all trying to meet our concerns for safety and for the education of our children. And for all the students out there that spoke, you know, I just really appreciate you taking the time, but also want to take the time to say that, you know, this whole situation is a life lesson. Life, you know, it's so many things happen that are unexpected. Life is filled with struggle, and, you know, you just got to stay committed to doing your best, because ultimately this is your education, and, you know, whatever you put into it is what you get out of it. So yeah, stuff is tough, but you got to power through it. You know, we'll do our best, but you got to also put your effort, and, you know, it won't be easy, but keep at it. And a board member previously talked about, you know, the comment on the best and brightest, which really just irritated me a lot. You know, I'm sorry that, you know, parents feel frustrated and some are considering private school, and, you know, that's your choice. But to just the insinuation that would just mean taking our best and brightest, just really hit me by heart, because, you know, I grew up kind of poor, and I felt like maybe I was one of the best and brightest, but I would never have been able to afford to go to a private school, right? Nor my parents to send me that. And I just would like to ask people to stay committed to public education, to public schools, and the work that we're doing, because that's ultimately what I feel is best for our community. And so sticking it with us, and really this idea of us committing to opening, you know, as soon as possible is, I think, important, because it won't go without hiccups. There's going to be, issues, but it'll allow us the opportunity to fix them and to address them. And hopefully by the next semester, we'll have most of the kinks worked out. And I think it's that we're looking for, aside from getting our students back to school and trying to get back to some sort of type of normal. So I'm supportive of the resolution as it is, and I ask my board members to support that.
I have to echo that. Okay, I see no more hands up for discussion. All right, let's redefine the motion on the floor. Director Alegria, you made the motion with the changes and the dates to July 14th, I think it was, with the understanding that our superintendent was going to give us some regular updates with the CPP changes, that kind of language. And I think that, did I miss anything on that?
I actually accepted Director McCormick's friendly amendment to move that back to July 23rd or June 23rd. There's something about needing to have a clear roadmap, you know, to really help to set the stage for our new superintendent that feels meaningful, and also with enough time for us to plan to hit fall. So I'm supportive of moving that date further back.
So we talked about that, and there was a lack of a second.
No, there was a lack of acceptance of the friendly amendment by me, who's
right. So Director Medina did not accept the amendment. Director McCormick has now made an amended motion, or a motion to amend my original motion, right? So I'd like to second
that motion had failed for lack of a second, and we moved.
Yeah, it already failed.
You can make another amendment.
Members of the board, I'll make it easy for you. Approve the resolution with the adjustments that have been talked about. It says on or before July 15th or 14th or whatever the date is. We will make the report, the final report, the approval report, June 23rd. I will make sure that it'll happen June 23rd. Okay. Even though there's been talk about not trusting the district and disingenuous and, you know, promises broken, whatever. I'm telling you right now, right here, as your superintendent, my contract may end June 30th, but you're not getting rid of me about what's going to happen for next fall. I will be here. I will support the new superintendent. I will support this board. And most of all, I'm going to support kids getting back to school full-time next fall, period. So quit agonizing over it. And I will assure you, I will put it on the board agenda for February 23rd, action items, whatever we need to do to approve what's going to happen as a model. And actually, we're going to have schedules much sooner than that anyway. You know, we're right now going to look at allocations, projects, enrollments, and Ms. Tracy, sorry, I don't want to say your name incorrectly. She is absolutely Maniscalco, being absolutely right about being creative for next fall. And the team is working on that. All the things that were talked about around secondary schedules, they are in the midst of all of that with a schedule. But we want to talk to the appropriate people. We want to get feedback on the schedules. We want to talk to Srta. So it's happening. I assure you, it is happening. Let's see, what else do I want to clear up? There is no not taking serious, there's no passing of the baton prior so that this isn't taken care of. I'm not relinquishing and not going to finish out what I need to finish out. I assure you, I'm going to earn my salary. So let's just vote. My suggestion, my recommendation is vote on the resolution as is, and you will see a agenda item in your future calendar for this on June 23rd.
That was very clear. All right, so
I make that
you're
motion.
still on that motion, Director De La Cruz? And you're still on the second? Director Medina?
What? Wait, was there another motion? What?
No,
Was
same
there another
one.
motion? I didn't hear another motion. Okay.
I made another motion. I said what Diane said motion.
And I seconded that motion.
What she said, okay. Director
No,
Sheffield
you said
seconded that.
it's the original motion that
Yes.
Director De La Cruz made. Director Medina seconded. That's what's on the floor. And that's what you're gonna vote on or not vote on, or vote yes or no on.
So I was checking with Director Medina if he still had a second going.
Yeah, that's the same motion. Nothing changed.
Okay, all right. Let's call for the vote. I would like to call for the vote, Adina.
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Medina,
Uh,
Director Montieri,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Flores, President Fong.
Aye, thank you. That passes. Thank you, everybody. We're moving on to E3. This is a public hearing
Can
regarding
I
California.
Can I make a motion to extend the meeting until we get through the agenda?
I think we have to, by board policy, we have to establish a time. We can't just say. So name a
I
time.
move to extend the meeting to no later than 1:30.
Okay, second.
Is that a second, Director Sheffield?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Roll call vote.
President Fong, do we do all in favor?
We could, but I think we're not gonna all be in favor, so. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. 3?
3.
Okay, 3, so that passes. Excuse me, we have reports. The adjustment to the agenda specified that the reports would come after E2. So this is the time for superintendent report, and board reports.
No report, except that you will see the amended return to resolution in the minutes and on the website, and our website.
I have no report. Board members, if you have a report, please raise your hand. Director McCormick.
Just real quick, I've been going to all the CIF NCS Board of Managers meetings, and just it's been exciting to see the work done there, and I'm excited to see that the new updated plan that came from NCS and CIF into our return to school plan, and I'm thrilled that athletics are going again. So yahoo on that. And then my other thing is that I know vaccines has been a big part of the discussion of our return to school, particularly for our educators and our staff. And I just want to say that I have been able to spend some time volunteering down at the Csca Vaccination Center the past 2 weeks, and it's pretty awesome. They're up to, I think, 500 vaccines a day. I know we have 17,000 educators that we need to get vaccinated, so it's going to take some time, but I've been volunteering on checkout, and to see these educators come through after getting their vaccines and what that means for the options that they have now, and that they are safe or feeling safe and are going to be safe has been thrilling. So when you get, I just want you to know it is like a well-oiled machine, that vaccine center. It is very impressive. It's in the Rancho Cotati new humongous gym theater area. It's spread out, it's well organized. So it's been an awesome experience to see some very happy educators come through. And I'm really excited that Santa Rosa City Schools are getting in that mix starting next week. So that's my report.
Thank you. Other reports? See no hands up. Okay. We're moving on to E3, which is a public hearing regarding California School Employee Association Chapter 75, CSE 875 Sunshine Proposals for Contract Openers with the Santa Rosa City Schools District for 2021-22. Public hearing is open. Do we have any commenters?
So if members of the public would like to comment on item E3, the public hearing, please raise your hand at this time. Micah Carlin Goldberg would like to comment.
Excuse me. Good evening. My name is Micah Carlin Goldberg. I'm an educator in Santa Rosa City Schools. Last year, the school board brought forward a proposed resolution to match Santa Rosa City Schools minimum wage to the city minimum wage. It got pulled, and I don't remember why, but it was probably something about it. They couldn't do that because it went against negotiations, would be my guess. It doesn't say in the notes. But here we are a year later, and we have a bunch of empty positions in classified. And I pulled the numbers. We have 33 hourly classified member positions that are unfilled. 15 of those are for special education assistants. 14 of those are under the city minimum wage, and 9 of those 14 are special education assistants. These are the people who make it so that it's safe to open our special education classrooms. I find it concerning that the only thing CSEA is asking for is more money, because their working conditions could also use improvements. I don't like that our CSEA brethren are forced to put all their energy into getting paid a living wage, and $15 is not a living wage in our county. It isn't, right? I know $15 is that the magic number everybody says, but $15 an hour was proposed years ago, and the cost of living has gone up. I challenge the board to come to CSEA with an offer of a significant salary increase that gets each and every one of your classified employees significantly above the minimum wage in our city, right? Our elementary school office managers should not be making $17 or $18 an hour. Our instructional assistants should not be making $13.50 or $14.50, whatever it is right now, that are currently opened unfillable job positions are being listed at. So our funding is our priorities, right? So we need, if we want to have good classified staff, we need to fund them appropriately, right? So please do consider that challenge of making an offer CSEA can accept, so that they don't only have to look at salary and can look at working conditions and look at how to make their jobs easier and better by getting an agreement with the district that changes their working conditions. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Next is Janelle Payne.
Well, hello again. I am enthusiastically following my colleague, Micah Carlin Goldberg, with calling for increased wages for our CSEA staff. You've just approved the resolution to return, and part of the big issue preventing that in my eyes is the safety on campus of our students and of our staff. And in my classroom, my garbage, I'm lucky if it's emptied every day, and I'm lucky if my room gets vacuumed every 2 weeks. And it's not my custodian's fault, right? They're understaffed and they're overworked, and we can't fill positions when they're open, because who will take a position making less than minimum wage? So we have got to support our CSEA staff with increased wages for them so that we can actually fill the positions that are open. Our return to school hinges on having the staff in place to support our students. If we cannot fill the positions, we do not have the staff in place to support our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is CSEA 75, and if you could please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Tammy Afonso,
Thank you.
President of CSEA Chapter 75, and we encourage the board to support our openers for the 21-22 school year so that we can continue moving forward in order to help the employees, the students, and the staff of Santa Rosa City Schools with our services. Thank you.
Thank you. And next is Amber Robinson.
Hello again. I just wanted to call and comment tonight on behalf of all of my coworkers and classified staff as far as, you know, a fair and livable wage. I have assistants who work for me who have been working on campus with kids since September. And, you know, they're there with their feet on the ground, working hard and, you know, not even making what they could make walking into anywhere else in Santa Rosa. They're putting themselves at risk every day. You know, they're learning how to, you know, get on these Zooms with these kids and run their schedules and help them as best as they can. And really just trying to be a positive force in these children's lives. And I feel like they aren't being compensated at all for anything that they're doing. You know, and that goes across the line for classified staff. I mean, our custodians work so hard and they're the ones putting themselves the most at risk, and they're barely making a livable, and I wouldn't even call it a livable wage. Our office managers are doing the jobs of 10 people and they are not making a fair wage at all. I just urge everyone to think about, if you had to live off of what we make, could you do it? Could you support a child? Could you support a family? And I don't think anybody could. And it's hard and we stress every day, but we want to be there for the kids. And that's why we're here. So I just urge the board and everybody to just please help us out as best as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. President Fong, there are no more hands raised for the public hearing.
Sorry, public hearing is over. This is item E4. It's an action item, California School Employee Association, Chapter 75, CSEA 75, Sunshine Proposals for Contract Openers with the Santa Rosa City School District for 2021-22. And I will turn this over to Dr. Kitamura.
You're on
Diane?
mute.
I'll turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Chanel, but Director Medina also has his hand up, so.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the hands up are for the former item or for mine. Okay, perfect. So I will go ahead and begin. Good evening, Board President Fong, Superintendent Kitamura, members of the board, and attendees. We present to you tonight the proposed California School Employee Association, or CSEA, Chapter 75 contract openers for 2021 to 2022, of which said proposals will be addressed through the meet and negotiate process. As part of the collective bargaining process, employee associations annually submit contract revisions they wish to discuss and negotiate. The initial proposal for 2021 to 2022 contract openers include the following article to negotiate. Article 13, compensation, fair and equitable salary increase. The district looks forward to working collaboratively with CSEA Chapter 75 to serve the students of Santa Rosa City Schools. And I turn it back over to you, President Fong.
All right, board members had their hands up, and that was Director Medina first, and then Director Flores, and then Director McCormick.
Yeah, so first to whoever can answer this question. We're moving to accept, not to approve, right? To accept these reopeners, is that correct? Okay, then yeah, I was just gonna make the motion to accept the approved CSEA 75 sunshine proposals for contract openers with SRCS district for 2021-2022.
Second.
All right, so that was seconded by Director McCormick. Discussion, Director Flores. Yes. And I see no other hands up for comments. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. It was seconded. It was motioned by Director Medina, seconded by Vice President McCormick. And Adina, may we have that vote, please?
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Flores. President Fong.
Aye, thank you. That passes. Thank you, everyone. We're moving on to item E5. This is an action item. Approval of the resolution to adopt seniority date tie-breaking criteria to determine the order of termination among certificated employees with the same date of paid service. And Dr. Kitamura, I turn this over to you.
And I turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Chanel.
Thank you, and good evening again. To be brief, we present to you tonight resolution number 2020-21-37 to adopt seniority date tie-breaking criteria to determine the order of termination among certificated employees with the same date of paid service. Thank you.
Board members, I'm looking for questions. And Director Flores, I think your hand is up, but I think maybe your hand's not up. Okay. Director McCormick.
I was going to make a motion, but I think we have to have public comment, so I'll
We
wait.
are going to have public comment. All right, we are opening up to public comment. Moderator, would you please conduct that?
So this is public comment for item E5. If there's anyone who would like to comment on E5, approval of the resolution to adopt seniority date tie-breaking criteria, etc., please raise your hand now. President Fong, there are no hands raised.
Thank you very much. Director, Vice President McCormick.
So I'd like to move that the approval of the resolution to adopt seniority date tie-breaking criteria to determine the order of termination among certificated employees with the same date of service.
I'm looking for a second.
I second.
Thank you, Director De La Cruz. Motion by Jill McCormick, seconded by Alegria De La Cruz. May we have that? Any more discussion? May we have that vote, please, Adina?
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Flores. Director Medina.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye, thank you. That passes. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Janelle. This is item E6. This is an action item. Approval of the resolution regarding criteria to determine certificated personnel who shall be exempt from the order of layoff by virtue of their credentials, assignment, or certification. Skipping criteria. Assistant Superintendent Tranel.
Thank you again. To be brief, we present to you tonight this resolution number 2020-21-36 to adopt criteria to determine certificated personnel who shall be exempt from the order of layoff by virtue of their credentials, assignment, or certification, or skipping criteria. Thank you.
Board members, I'm looking for questions. Seeing none, we can open it to public comment.
If you would like to comment on item
Excuse
E.
me. Director De La Cruz, you had a question?
I just wanted to talk a little bit, or to understand better what the impact is on teachers who are not credentialed. I understand that we have a number of them at our immersion charters, and that in the past we had done some work to exempt them from this this practice in order to keep them. So I just wanted to see how that would impact them, or that this resolution would impact those teachers.
Thank you for the question, Director De La Cruz. So in this particular resolution, we still call out sort of the safety measures for the skipping criteria to allow for the protection of teachers who have a B-clad, for example, and language certifications around Spanish and French, for example. This also calls out other subject matter like special education, math and science, as well as just factors that we consider for positions that are hard to fill or hard to hire for. So all of those things are called out here in the skipping criteria. So to your question specifically about the languages, we have called that out specifically so that at our French charter school and CCLA, that we would take those things into consideration, for example.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Tranel. And I think in particular, I'm curious, you know, I think there's also some distinctions, right, between those folks who are waiting for their credential, who are teaching foreign languages or classes in a foreign language, and then those teachers who may not be credentialed for bilingual education or for foreign language instruction, who are working in those schools, who also get the benefit of the skip as a result of being in those schools, even if they're not bilingually credentialed?
So we do take into consideration if people are working towards a credential. The difference would be if they are not, or if they do not have certain certifications that we cannot ignore.
Okay, thank you for your answers to those questions.
Director Medina, your hand is up.
Never mind, I reread it and I understand. I answered my own question.
All right, no other questions. I'm going to turn this over to public comment.
This is public comment on item E6. Please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on E6. And it looks like Paul Poling would like to comment.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Board, Dr. Kitamura. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to comment quickly that we'd really love separately to be able to pay our elect staff some money, but in the meantime, as some other districts do, but in the meantime, it should be great to be able to kind of allow them to have a little bit of extra job security at their site. At least it's one thing we could do for them that doesn't strain our budget additionally. So just urge that we could pass this and have that as kind of an additional carrot to offer those hardworking teachers. Thanks.
Thank you. And there are no more hands raised.
All right, board, this is an action item.
I move to approve the resolution regarding criteria to determine certificated personnel who shall be exempt from the order of layoff by virtue of their credentials, assignment, or certification, skipping criteria.
Moved by Director Manieri and seconded by Director McCormick. May we have that vote, please?
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director Montieri,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Medina,
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye, thank you very much, Assistant Superintendent Trunell. That passes. We're moving on to E7. This is an action item, the 2021 Fiscal Recovery Stabilization Plan Part 1, specific actions for the fiscal year 2020-21, second interim report. And I'm just going to say right off the bat, thank you to the Budget Advisory Committee. So I think we're going straight to Deputy Superintendent Rick Edson.
Thank you. Good evening, President Fong, Superintendent Kitamura, members of the board and the public. Tonight, Joel Dantos and I will go over the Fiscal Stabilization Plan Part 1. And as President Fong mentioned, with the impact to our second interim financial report, which will be presented at the first March board meeting. With that, I will share my screen. And we'll get to that. Hold on, I need to move one screen. Ready to get going now. So tonight we will talk about the fiscal stabilization measures that are presented for approval, the role of the Budget Advisory Committee, and the role of the Fiscal Stabilization Plan, Part 1, and then go through next steps as we continue on through this school year. A familiar slide, although this isn't second interim, we are circling second interim, and this is in preparation for that. Also want to note that it appears that we are jumping prior year audited actuals. With the pandemic, the requirement for the audit is still there, but timelines were extended to allow school districts and auditors some flexibility in light of Zoom meetings and lack of visits to school district offices. They are now due by March 31st, so we'll be bringing that for approval as well, or acceptance at the March 24th board meeting. The second interim report, which looks at our fiscal health from July 1 through January 31, will be presented at the March 10th board meeting for consideration of approval. And then, as always, we'll be eagerly waiting the May revision that comes out around May 15th in anticipation of bringing our budget for a public hearing at the first meeting in June, and ultimately budget adoption at the second meeting in June. I want to take us back quickly to our first interim report in December, where we did certify as positive for first interim, but we did have the line item in red of future unidentified fiscal stabilization measures of approximately $5 million that we carried forward as the work with the Budget Advisory Committee and staff in the organization to identify areas that we could reduce for that. With that additional reduction of approximately $5 million, we were able to show fiscal solvency through the current and 2 out years, resulting in the positive certification. As part of our positive certification, the County Office of Education does require us to submit a fiscal stabilization plan as part of the second interim report to back up our positive status and support the status that we expect at second interim as positive as well. If you'll recall, in the first interim report that was approved by the board in December, we made some assumptions about what we would need to do as a district in order to get to that, even to get to the minus $5 million that we still had to identify as future cuts. These assumptions were approved as part of the first interim report, but we've detailed some of them out further, incorporated them into the fiscal stabilization plan that we'll show in a couple of minutes. It's important to note too that with the governor's January budget proposal and the, I won't call it increased funding, but restoration of some anticipated funding that we were going to have this year, but then with COVID in the spring and projections not nearly what was realized by the state, there was some positive news that we are looking forward to it being upheld in the May revision, including COLA to our LCFF budget. And as a reminder, when they talk about COLA for our LCFF budget, that's roughly 70 to 75% of our total fund or general fund 01 operating budget. It does not impact the entire organization. And with that information, we expect at second interim that will reduce our $5 million unidentified fiscal stabilization number. And we'll simply incorporate the assumptions from first interim into second interim to retain our positive certification. So as President Fong mentioned at the beginning, a big thanks to the Budget Advisory Committee. Since November, you can see we've met 6 times to go through this process with them and discuss the fiscal stabilization plan, culminating in their recommendations to the superintendent last week. A little bit about the process with the Budget Advisory Committee going through their process, looking at revenues and expenditures at varying levels depending on what it is, taking input from staff as well as input from Budget Advisory Committee members, those that are employees in our organization, as well as our community members and parents that are on the committee. Going through that, the BAC makes recommendations to the superintendent. The superintendent then has the option to accept the recommendation, not to accept the recommendation, modify the recommendation, or present new items as recommendations to the board during the fiscal stabilization process. It's then presented to the board as we're doing tonight, where the board can act on all, some, or none for inclusion into our 2021 second interim report. I would like to note that the draft recommendations, if you will, that were presented to the Budget Advisory Committee were recommended, and the superintendent supported all of the recommendations without change to what is presented to the board tonight for consideration. So as we go through this, like I mentioned, a lot of these should be familiar from the first interim report in December. A1 and A2 are fund transfers. So accounting procedures that transfers revenue into general fund or acts like revenue into the general fund. Starting at B1, we are showing on fiscal stabilization plan a reduction of 33 FTE. It's important to note that this reduction is not the elimination of employees. It's the movement of Cook staff to CCLA. So CCLA falls under their Fund 07, which rolls up into Fund 09, which is the charter fund that is presented with our reports and budget. So it's a movement of those personnel out of the general fund or Fund 01, thus reducing those expenditures in Fund 01. And as CCLA grows, not only in enrollment, but also the amount of teachers that it will take to teach those students, they will assume the costs for those personnel in their funds. That holds true for B1, D1, E1. E2 is another movement of funds from the general fund 01 to a more restrictive title program funding that we went through our FMP process. Assistant Superintendent Mazzara and his staff identified this and also ensured that this we were able to do this with those title funds for the services that are provided. So we are making that recommendation as well to move those funds from the unrestricted to the most restricted funding that we get. F1, 2, 3, and 4. F1 is the recommendation that we had as assumptions of approximately 45 positions in 21, 22, and 45 positions in 22, 23. With the movement of the 33 positions from Cook to the CCLA budget, we have decided at this point to move forward those 12 remaining positions into 22, 23 and evaluate that total number next year based on the available information that we have at that time in terms of funding and need. We realize and recognize that there is going to be new challenges that we face going into next year with schooling, and we want to make sure that we can keep as many staff as we can at this point for next year. We know that on F2 and F3, there is going to be a decline in expenditures. We are still in a state of declining enrollment. We also expect some other funding that can offset these costs either through state aid or through federal aid with stimulus packages for these supplies and operating expenses. F4 is the take back of Csca classrooms and making the special education services part of our organization rather than contracting out. This is an initiative that Assistant Superintendent Mazzara has been working on and planning for a number of years, and putting that into motion in order to realize those savings for next year. The offset on this is the cost per student for services at Csca is much higher than if we are able to do it ourselves and staff appropriately. So that will be continued work by Assistant Superintendent Mazzara and his team through spring and summer as we gear up for these classrooms. As you can see at the bottom line, this addresses approximately 14.7 million in total savings through 3 years as we look to address fiscal stability in Santa Rosa City Schools. As we heard tonight, there's things we still have to prepare for with the sunshine of CSCA tonight. We have employee negotiations for both of our bargaining units. Uncertain funding in California seems to be a staple of conversation around budgets. And as I mentioned earlier, we are eagerly waiting for the May revision to see how much of the January proposal is upheld through that period. Although we appear flat this year, we are still in declining enrollment with uncertainty, especially in grade school or K through 6 in the future years, and looking to hold steady at least for a year or two at the middle and high school level, as we actually saw slight increases above what we projected for this year, but still below where we thought we would be. And then still the need to open schools this year and next year, taking into account the restrictions and needed necessities in the midst of COVID-19, and still looking for support from state and federal agencies with funding for that. With that, our next steps, I've already mentioned the second interim report coming at the first meeting of March. What's not on here is the audit report that should come at the second meeting of March. Continuing on with budget advisory committee meetings, knowing that we still have to address future expenditures that will put us in a situation where additional cuts may have to be made. The governor's May revision. We will not have a third interim, so that will not be necessary this year with a positive certification at second interim. So our second interim report will be our last financial report, a formal financial report prior to the budget in June with the public hearing and budget adoption. With that, I will turn it back over to President Fong and Executive Director Dantos or I are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. And do we have questions, board? Director Flores.
Right now in the January proposal, well, first answer your question, yes, we expect to get a COLA. So that was your first question. A COLA on the LCFF portion of it would be what is proposed right now, a compounded COLA for July 1st of 3.84%. And right, and from what we hear, and Mr. Dantas, please add to or correct anything that I missed. I would say general expectation right now that we're hearing is that the 3.84% COLA is pretty safe. But that's all subject to change at the May revision. I think where some of the or a larger uncertainty exists, Director Flores, is with our anticipated out-year COLAs. There is, I don't want to call it disagreement because they're projections at this point, but there isn't a coordinated COLA number between FCMAT, the LAO, and the California, I'll say, other California entities that we rely on for their projections of COLA as well. So that will be something that we eagerly anticipate with May revision is better projections or more aligned projections of second and third year COLA with the May revision. As part of the fiscal stabilization plan, we are not reducing staff. That does not mean there will not be other staff reductions based on other need. There was a couple of resolutions earlier tonight about that. We did eliminate 33 staff from Fund 01 with a transfer to Cook Middle School, but we're not reducing further than that through the fiscal stabilization plan at this time. That'll be something that's evaluated for next year when we'll be going through this process again. It certainly could in some ways, and it certainly couldn't, right? Right now, our projections are what they are. They are projections. We're projecting flat from this year to next for middle and high school, down some in elementary. And then we also are funded on prior year when we're in the midst of declining enrollment. So we will need, if declining enrollment continues at a significant pace, then yes, we will have to make future cuts. But right now with revenues that we expect through stimulus and other monies from either the state or federal government, we can offset that to have more staff at this point for next year. Next year will also give us a better understanding of what enrollment will look like. And I'll say this optimistically, post-pandemic, when, you know, parents are making those decisions to come back to Santa Rosa City Schools or any school for that matter, based on, you know, their jobs, if they've taken them out of the area, or if jobs and other services have brought them to the area. So it was a very interesting year for projections because we know that families have had to move because of the pandemic. But we were also pleasantly surprised that our middle and high school populations actually increased over projections. And our elementary projections right now are up from enrollment this year, but still below what our projections were of January of last year for this year. So there's a lot of moving pieces in that. And looking at this objectively of what we'll also need as a school district to help with student return, and knowing that we will have hold harmless provisions for declining enrollment, that's why those decisions were moved forward that way. You're muted, President Fong.
Couple questions. Thank you, first of all. Thank you to the BAC. So last year in 2019-20, we cut about 10 million, I think. Is that ballpark?
Sounds about right, without
And
looking it up.
I think that was about 7% of our budget. Is that about ballpark?
Yeah, give or take.
Don't want to put you on the spot, but I think it's around there. Would you or Joel be able to say this cut right now, what you just cut is what percent of our budget now? You can give it to us in a report next time if you need.
No.
I don't want to mean to put you on the spot for just, there's big round numbers.
Well, I mean, if we look at the fiscal stabilization plan and you know, we're looking at 21-22 of approximately 7.1 million, which would be, you know, 5%, let's say 5 to 6% on there. Now, important to note that these reductions, as we talked about before, one time are great, but they stop. And ongoing reductions obviously carry forward in multiple years. So that 7 million for 21-22 would be the best estimate, although that doesn't note the total impact going forward. And you could certainly take into account probably another 7 million, looking at it quickly from ongoing versus one time, 13 to 14 million, which would then be 10 or 11% of the budget.
Yeah, so the cuts average about 4% each year, but the first cut, that's 4%. If all the ongoing ones into the third year would raise that closer to 7%. So that's it.
Thank you. That just helps me think about, like, if I'm thinking about my own checking account, I'm taking a cut in pay 5%, then I have to do a cut in spending 5%, right? It just helps me a little bit. And then second question is, if we're moving the cook personnel to the charter fund, how does that intersect with the revenues coming in for ADA and the revenues going to charters? Is that going to hit us later on with Hold Harmless?
Yeah, yes, it will. And so we will have the luxury of Hold Harmless for the students that we lose out of that site as a traditional middle school in Santa Rosa City Schools. CCLA will realize same year revenue gains with charter schools because they fall under current year enrollment, regardless of the year, with the exception of what's going on now with the pandemic. They did have a Hold Harmless provision that's expiring. But we will have a 1-year reprieve, if you will, with Hold Harmless, and CCLA will realize those students in the current year as enrollment increases.
1 year, okay. And I just learned this. I kind of knew this, but I finally have some numbers to put on it, which really affects how we think about our budget in the future. For each student that we lose in terms of declining enrollment, we can only trim away 30% of that student's cost. The other 70% are fixed costs because we have buildings and we have heat. So we're heating a building for 20 kids or 25 kids in the classroom, and that's impacting us too, I think. Okay. Learn something all the time. I see no more hands for questions, so I'm going to turn this over for public comment.
If you would like to comment on item E7, please raise your hand. E7, the Fiscal Recovery Stabilization Plan. And our first comment is Karen Wagner.
I'm sorry, I must have accidentally done that.
No worries, Karen. Our comment is then Micah Carlin Goldberg.
Hello again. I appreciate Rick Edson taking the time to explain all of this, and I appreciate the questions that have been asked for clarification. A question I have is, my understanding is that we're currently spending 55.04% of our budget on classroom teachers, which is 0.04% above the state mandated minimum of 55%. How are we going to reconcile this while we're looking at laying off 50 teachers, not next year, but the following year, since it was put back? We're already packed in with combo classes. We already have high school classes with 45 students in them. If we cut another 50 teachers, if we're only losing 100 kids, that's still, I mean, I don't know what the number of kids that we're losing is, but if it's 100 kids and we're losing 50 educators, that means our budget's off. So please, as we're looking forward, stop making all the cuts in the classroom. We have to find other places where we can reduce our spending, because we're already at the bone and going into it. We can't go any further. Thank you.
President Fong, there are no other hands raised.
All right, folks, this is an action item. If there's no more discussion. Vice President McCormick.
I'd like to move that we approve the 2021 Fiscal Recovery Stabilization Plan, Part 1, specific actions for the what is FY?
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year, duh. Okay, sorry, it's late. 2021 second interim report.
A second.
Seconded by Director Sheffield. Let's take a vote, Adina.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Flores. Director Medina.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye, thank you very much. Rick and Joel Dantos, thank you so much. And the BAC. Moving on. E8. Approval of the CSBA delegate. CSBA stands for California School Board Association. Delegate. Can I talk about this?
Sure.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So each region has a delegate. And that delegate represents this region, like the Sonoma County region, to the delegate assembly of the California School Board Association that makes policy for the California School Board Association for us to think about and follow. And I was very pleased to be able to get to do that last year, and it was very interesting. And you can do a lot of influence by talking to the people who are talking to the legislators on your behalf for schools. And so I believe tonight that we have put forward, we have nominated Director Medina, and tonight is a vote. And I'm sorry, there's a ballot? Yes.
So can I move to approve the nomination of Director Medina? Is that what we're doing here?
He's been nominated. We just need to vote for him.
Well, we have to accept the nomination, right?
No, we accepted the nomination at our organizational meeting. This is now the vote on the ballot. It looks like, it appears to me that I'm the only person on the ballot.
It looks
so I
like
don't
you're
think
the
there's
only
any-
person on the ballot. We nominated, he accepted, this is the voting. So
Do we need public comment?
we do. Questions? Okay, let's take public comment.
If there are members of the public who would like to comment on item E8, approval of CSBA delegate, Director Medina, please raise your hands. There are no hands raised.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm looking for a motion.
I'd like to move to approve Director Omar Medina as the CSBA delegate for Santa Rosa City Schools.
Second.
For, excuse me, I'm going to change that up. It's for region, subregion 3A.
For subregion 3A.
A second.
Okay, so that was moved by Director De La Cruz, and the first second was Director Flores. So let's take that vote, please.
Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director De La Cruz.
Aye.
Director Flores. Director Manieri.
Aye.
Director Sheffield.
Aye.
Director McCormick.
Congrats. Aye.
Director Medina.
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. Congratulations, Director Medina, CSBA delegate.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so we are moving to our last agenda item for E. This is a discussion on the superintendent search process, and we have our search leaders here with us from Leadership Associates that we chose the last meeting. So let's move over Rich Thumb. And I
They're
think
on their way over.
Rich Fisher.
Good evening. How are you?
I remove my fish. There we go.
Thank you for sticking it out with us.
Yeah. Oh,
I know we told you 9:30. Sorry about that.
that's good. No, it's perfect. But thank you for spending how many, 4 to 11, almost 7 hours supporting the school system. That's wonderful. Really wonderful. 2 things that we'd like to discuss. Let me pull up the agenda. If I may, can I share screen?
Yes, you should be able to.
Okay, good. All right. Can you see the agenda? Can
Not
everybody-
yet.
Okay. Not yet?
Not yet.
Oh. Okay, let me figure it out this way.
Okay, we're there.
Now you see it?
Yes.
Okay, good. So very quickly, because I know you're tired, but we'd like to essentially share the search process through the timeline. And we'd like to at the same time recommend that timeline. So if I may, I will put that up now. And let me just move that over. Can you see that yet or not?
No, not yet.
Not yet, okay. Let me find it again. How about now?
Not yet.
We're still seeing the
We can see the agenda.
agenda.
not
Okay,
the timeline.
all right. All right. Now?
Nope.
Is this the timeline that was attached to the agenda item?
Yeah, it's, but we have some modifications, so may I just go through it? If it doesn't seem to want to share with me, don't know why. Okay. So if you'll take a look at the timeline you had in the agenda, what you'll see is that we had the February 15th, you received the proposals. The 17th, we presented to you. Today, we would like you to approve our contract if it hadn't been approved yet. And a couple of things that we'd like you to do if you would, and that is send to me at my email address the qualities and characteristics that you would like to see in the new superintendent. What I will then do is to put that all together in a composite, send it back to the board for revision and or any editing, after which we will put it into a kind of a formal document called an executive summary, which we will send back to you. That will be kind of the foundation for our position description. So that's the first thing. The other thing I will ask you to send me as board members is any groups or individuals that you would like us to make sure and talk to get their take on qualities and characteristics, as well as any strengths and weaknesses of the district and other such comments from them. All of that will go into a report, which you will receive also in an executive summary. So that is in addition to our online survey, which you will get in a little different form, which will have graphs and so forth and notes, which will allow us to, again, put together a better position description. We would like to meet with staff with your approval, community and staff, the groups that you select and others on March 16 and 17, if that works. We had originally said March 1 and 2, but that's after this meeting a little too quick to turn it around because we have to contact them, set up appointments, etc. So that's one change we've made. We're going to continue, as we've already started, to identify candidates, recruit, post the materials, and when we get the position description approved by you, post the position description. We would then like to advertise, or in a parallel fashion, advertise on March 1 and 15. And we've extended the deadline. I did get input from Board President Fong that there were some people saying it's pretty rushed. So we wanted to extend that at least a week. So we put the deadline for applications at April 2nd. All along, we're doing reference checks, but we'll focus on them to make sure that by the time we meet with you on April 12th, we'll have all of the reference checks done on all of the candidates. And that means everyone that applies. On April 12th, we'd like to meet with you and review all applications, everybody that applied. And we're gonna make a recommendation of maybe 7 or so, the long list from which you will decide who you want to interview. And you will get all of that information through a portal about 3 days before that meeting. So you'll see all the apps. That'll give you time to look at them. You'll see our recommendations. You'll see an agenda with the entire April 12th meeting on it, and that will happen shortly before that meeting. Following that, we're recommending that on April 24th, which is a Saturday, that we conduct the interviews for the superintendent. The next piece of the timeline is a validation visit, should you decide to do one. And that is a visitation to the district of the selected finalist to make sure that what they said and what they put down in writing in their application is accurate. And we think if we can pull it off, the first regular meeting in May, you'll be able to approve that superintendent's contract. We try and take all of the guesswork out of quote unquote negotiations for that by making sure that the parameters you give us with regard to term of employment, salary, benefits, any kind of extra benefits that they get is all determined with them before we walk in and recommend that candidate to you after you've selected them. We do that kind of in a side room to make sure that there's no surprises for you and that you don't end up in some entangled negotiations with the candidate. So that's kind of the overall search process. And at the same time, it is also the, again, a revised timeline for you to approve tonight if you believe it fits your needs. So with that, President Fong, I'll open it up and see if you have questions about the timeline.
Okay, that's good. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Stop. I shall.
And board members, if you have questions, just speak up.
I had a quick question. I don't know if I might have missed one of the date changes, but in the beginning of phase 6, April 24th, where it says board interview finalists, was that date changed? I'm just wondering because I think April 24th is a Saturday. I just want to make sure that was correct.
Yeah, it has not changed.
And so it is on a Saturday.
Yeah. Well, you can make it a different day if you'd like.
I'm fine by it. I don't know. I just want to make sure everybody was clear on that. I hope that we receive an updated timeline, but I was going to ask from staff, maybe Adina, if we can maybe also maybe have some of these dates sent to us in like form of a calendar event so that we could add them to our calendar, just because there's a lot of changes and I'm not sure if I captured them all. but the timeline seems fairly okay to me. I think, of course, rushed, but I think the only change that was just I'm not sure exactly, like, but there's all these stakeholder meetings, right? And I'm wondering what period were those in? Is that the March 1st and 2nd part, or like everything would happen then, or?
Director Medina, if I may, we did move back the first of all, the 1st and the 2nd of March, those stakeholder input to the 15th and the 16th and 17th.
16th and 17th.
And yeah, I'm sorry I misspoke on that, but yeah, those dates. But do all those, because I saw another attachment that listed a whole like list of different stakeholders, and I'm just curious, just on those 2 days, would all those different meetings happen? It seems like a lot of different stakeholders, or are those multiple stakeholders meeting in one meeting? I just wasn't clear on that.
What we'll do is, based on the groups you give us and other groups that you may think of after this conversation, Rich and I will both be there. Each one of those takes 20 to 30 minutes. So we'll have a couple every hour. So and we'll have a community input session in the evening. But if you think about how that would work, we'll get in about, if you think of 8, 8:30, 9, 9:30, quite a few throughout the day, and then with an evening session. If we need to go another day, we will. If we need to go into the next day, which would be the 17th, there's 2 days. So if we have 2 days already listed, so we're fine to do that. Typically, that pretty much covers it. We're also going to ask folks, as we said at the outset, when we presented our proposal, that we'll ask people to email us, they can call us, they can participate in the online survey. Typically, we get these done in 2 days fairly easily.
So my other question was around the community open forum. I think at our last presentation, I think I was under the assumption that there'd be one that was, later, that was, I thought would be like primarily in Spanish. But here it says a district translator will be needed for this. So
No.
I'm wondering, is that for both, or is there one that would be primarily just in Spanish?
I want to do as many as I can with the Spanish speaking groups. DLAC, will do a community forum all in Spanish for those parents. It might be simultaneous with one that Rich is doing for the English speaking parents, but that's within that schedule. We may have a different night. It may be that they're meeting for something else, and that we could kind of ask them for their half an hour during that time. But yeah, we have multiple, we'll probably have multiple community meetings. This is just an outline of the one, if you will, that will be in the evening that day for sure. Hopefully we'll have a Spanish section and English session. But as I mentioned last week or 2 weeks ago, I want to find out all the ways to get that input so that when I turn that input into you, you see a sizable number of folks participating.
My final question was, okay, I don't know if I got these dates wrong again, but it says March 1st and 15 were the advertising dates. Those remain the same, right?
Yes, sir.
So part of my understanding was that the community forums in those would maybe feed into what we were looking for, and maybe part of the recruitment. I don't know if I've got that wrong, but it seems like those forums are happening afterwards. So I don't see any of that feeding into what the recruitment might look like, or will that information then just be used in terms of like determining the candidates once we've got them recruited to review?
Yes, right after we do the March 16th and 17th, we will put together, we're already recruiting people. We know pretty much what you need. You'll send us more of what you need specifically as trustees. As people know Santa Rosa City Schools pretty well. It's kind of in the community, if you will. And it's large enough that it's really fairly well known. But we are just advertising those dates. The big thing is for us to have everything posted by April 2nd, and probably a week before April 2nd, right in there, so that people can make sure. I rarely have people change their minds because they saw a position description, unless you decided to say that they must be bilingual Spanish or that they must have a doctorate, but that typically hasn't been our experience recently. So yeah, the timing, could be earlier, but we could do the 1st and the 8th. That would work. Was there a reason we didn't do the 8th, Richard?
No,
No, we could do 1st and 8th. We just wanted to spread it out.
we just have to check the AXA publication calendar.
Yeah,
I believe this met the publication calendar.
yeah.
So
So
they
maybe
may
they're not
yeah.
advertising on yeah. But Director Medina, I'll just say that
Director
much of
Medina,
our
are you
work is
done? Do you have more questions?
much of our work, Medina, is recruitment, not waiting for people to apply. We go out and knock on their doors.
Thank
Director Manieri.
Yeah, I see that part of our agenda for this part of the agenda is to discuss the online survey. Did we receive documents or an outline of what that online survey was going to look like already, or is that forthcoming? And will we be able to look at that before it goes live?
You will be able to look at Spanish and English. If you have another language, we'd love to know about that, but we can get that to you tomorrow. We just wanted to get everything done tonight, and just be, launched with our contract and move forward so that we can, start to send you things.
Okay.
So tomorrow morning, Penny Pyle will send you the online survey that we probably will use. We can post that as early as the end of this week, and we can leave it up as long as you'd like. Typically, we do it for a month. So, and we put it on your webpage. And what will happen is that whoever does your webpage will get a copy of it, and they can put it up, and people can access it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Just for clarification, is there a different survey than what was attached?
I think you already were sent. Adina just put up a posted that she had sent you one already. And that would be the same one. It wouldn't have changed.
Okay, then I think I'm missing, because I'm looking at the email with a lot of different attachments, but I don't know if I see the.
It would say online survey.
There's something attached to the board agenda item.
Is it? Okay. On that note, it would be really helpful if all of these documents were like in a Google folder that maybe we could all just access whenever we needed to. And if dates are changing, then we could have documents where these dates are being updated. So I don't have to bother anybody just about dates. I can just go and do it myself and look it up myself. That would be really helpful. I don't know if that falls on Adina, but if it does, thank you, Adina, ahead of time. That would just make things a lot easier on my end. And then just to clarify the last, just one more question. So you would like for us to send you our input regarding desired qualities, characteristics, recommendations for stakeholders. I don't know if I missed the timeline. By when would you like that input?
Well, it would be great to get that within a week if that's possible for you. Just to my email. I know some of you are very, very busy. Today is the 24th. If we could get that by, let's say,
Monday.
By when was that?
Monday, because then Adina has to turn around and send it out to invite
Yeah.
So I want to give people ample time. We want to give people ample time. So
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
we
I was-
could get your input by Monday, that would be great.
That's great because we'll need, yeah, she'll need to send that out and give people time to adjust their calendars. And to your first question, yes, we'll put everything in a portal and make that accessible to you. And Penny Pyle will send you a link to that portal, and all of these documents can be in there.
Thank you. That would be very helpful.
Because that, we'll use another portal to send you the applications when we get close, and our, what we call our confidential summary.
Thank you.
Thank you. The reason we back things up is because we got feedback that maybe we were rushing this a little too fast, and we didn't want to put people in a bind. But remember, you can extend it as much as you like.
So Rich, we're having a little problem with the Saturday date. Couple board members can't make that date, the 24th.
Okay.
Is a Friday, do weekdays not work or weekends are better? Is that what you're saying?
No, you know, we're available. So 23rd would work. Monday to that week, we have Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday would work. Rich, I don't know your schedule.
That's fine. Anything that week for me.
That week is fine, 19 through 24. We just thought for those of you that work, it might be difficult during the weekday. That's why we put them on Saturdays.
Anything works for me.
Maybe we could have,
So the 23rd is out there. Board.
I don't think I can do Fridays and Saturdays because of work.
Okay, what
Can we-
about Mondays?
Monday, the
Mondays?
19th.
Fine by me.
I can do a Monday.
That works.
Which Monday did you give?
The 19th.
19.
Oh, not the 26th?
Well, we could do the 26th as well if you wanted, 19 or 26.
With the
way.
19th. Okay, so here's something to keep in mind. So if we're looking at the April 12th date, board meets with consultants, reviews all applications and select finalists, and then board interviews the finalists. Where in there could we put a small stakeholder group to also talk to the finalists and give us some input?
If you choose to have a stakeholder group, we always do it in a parallel way so that it's the same day. And I'll give you an example of that Rich and I did in Lake Tahoe. He was with the board, I was with the stakeholder group, very large one, a lot of city officials and a lot of teachers and parents, etc., with a translator for anyone that didn't speak Spanish, so that people didn't have to stop for the translation each time. That's why I did the community one. But what we had them do them at the same time, like an ABBA kind of schedule, right? And rotate. At the end, we got the strengths and the challenges from the panel that each candidate represented to them. We took that into the board as you're deliberating and gave you their feedback. But we don't allow them to rank them because we don't want them to choose someone that you don't. And you know, that would be not a good day. But if they say, well, we like Fisher because he's got good looking glasses, we like Thumb's tie, you know, those kinds of strengths, or, you know, experience here and experience there, you know, and also, you know, background, districts they've worked in, as well as attributes and how they interviewed. And then you'll get a list, not a list, but typically the top three, they like these three because of this, this, and that. They really didn't think that these three would be worthy of your time?
I'd like to ask for that because a big portion of what a superintendent is really great about is relational
Yeah.
and how they work with teachers, staff, our labor groups, or parents.
Yeah, that's fun. That's great. We do that quite a bit. We'll just need to know whoever you designate to pick that panel would be very important. Just remembering that when you include some, you have to be really careful of those you don't include, because they're going to say, why, you know, I mean, it's obvious, typically obvious that you will pick leaders of parent groups and you'll pick leaders of unions, etc. But depending on community members or city officials or anything like that, that's where it gets a little trickier.
Okay, appreciate that advice.
Yeah.
Director Medina, your hand is up, and Director Manieri, is your hand still up? Okay.
Yeah, so just a quick question around, you know, I don't know how many candidates we expect or whatever. I think it sounds like we're going with possibly the 19th, but I'm just curious, do you know kind of like what time frame, like what time of the day we would be doing interviews or for how long?
It'll be all day.
So,
It'll be all day and plan to go into the night. Because you may call candidates back. And if you have 5 or 6 candidates, you're going to have at least an hour with each one. You're going to have time between for bio breaks. You'll need time in between for lunch. It is an all day, and it could go easily into the second day. And we usually tell people it often doesn't, it almost never goes into the second day, but people need to think that it possibly could. It becomes a challenge with the panel. But you know, we've done it a lot of times, and
Yeah.
we've had good success with that.
Would you be entertaining an in-person interview or virtual?
What was your question?
Would you be thinking about an in-person interviews rather than virtual? Because remember, that will be in April. That's about
2 months.
almost a month away.
We
I don't
have
know. One
of the challenges, because I'm working with another school district on exactly this topic. One of the challenges with the panel as well as the board, and you've got a 7-member board, is just having a lot of people in a room. We recommend in-person interviews if all possible, because you can see the person, you really can relate to them differently than we can right now on the screen. You probably don't know that I am wearing flip-flops right now. And so, you know, you want to know if that person polishes their shoes. But in reality, if you've got a panel, you're going to have to keep the numbers really small, like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So
that you can possibly.
I think that's got to be a TBD.
Yeah, it will be a TBD, but I guess what I'm cautioning is some folks have jumped the gun a little bit on us and promised panel participation to a whole bunch of people. And that just causes real problems. We should get closer to the time and work with you to decide kind of which folks, the president of the unions or whatever they are, so that people don't have expectations they'll be on the panel and we find out if it's going to be too large or won't work that way. So
yeah, and it's critical that each trustee feels that's a good thing to do, to be together. The ones that I have done, several, you do them in a gym. Everybody's 10 feet apart. You've got, everybody wears masks. Everybody has, you know, the cleaning lotion, disinfectant on their desk. They have wipes, and everybody stays far away from each other. But, you know, it's different if you do it in person. But every trustee needs what doesn't work real well is if you have like 5 trustees there and 2 online. I've done a couple of those, and it's not really fair to the person that's virtual, the trustee that's virtual.
Thank you for all that advice. Director De La Cruz.
I think this is a great time for us to get creative about what it means to be outside together. We will not be vaccinated. I was kind of making a joke that for those of us who are just politicians or professionals, that we're not essential enough to be vaccinated at this point.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I do want us to be very cautious of being in person and not avoiding avoiding large gatherings, which is contrary to public health orders right now. So I'm wondering if there is a way for us to do kind of a, you know, online interview where we'll be able to hear people. It's actually hard to hear people in masks, distanced, and outside. It's also hard to hear people. But I think if we're able to figure out some of those challenges, then my preference would be to be outside and distanced and masked, or all online with an opportunity to meet the candidate at some point.
Okay, do we have any other questions, board? At this point, then we're going to take public comment.
So this is public comment on item E9, discussion item on superintendent search process. And if you would like to comment, please raise your hand at this time. And we have a comment from Anastasio Tovar Rose.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm very excited that you guys have confirmed the firm to help you guys hire a superintendent. And I want to really talk that you guys take in consideration that you guys hire a superintendent that comes from a big school district, superintendent that's bilingual, a superintendent that has experience in consolidating schools, because that's been brought up on the table. So it's very important in Santa Rosa. And I'm very excited to know who this candidate is going to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to comment? President Fong, I see no hands raised. There are no hands raised.
I'm going to call on Vice President McCormick. She has her hand raised.
Did we pick a date, the 19th or the 26th?
We didn't.
Can we pick one?
To the riches is the 19th. Is that the 19th enough time for applications? And
Yes, a week is good. After we have our conversations with you, then we'll turn it around in a week. And you will, yeah, 12 and 19. And then what we'll do is we'll make sure you get a portal open to you several days before the 19th, so you can take a look at, again, all the applications. You will already have seen them, but the confidential summary with all the applications again, and the people we feel best match the profile that you've given us. And one other thing, President Fung, may I send just the timeline to all the trustees this evening? This one that we're talking about with the 19th and the 12th, so that you can start prioritizing those dates.
okay, we'll be up.
And can I ask that Adina send out that survey again? I'm sure she did, but it's buried. I can't find it. The one that the survey is the one that we need to get done by Monday, right?
No,
no.
By Monday is sending him the characteristics and all that you would like in a superintendent.
Yeah, it's not the survey.
Characters and the groups you'd like us to meet with, and be generous, because we do have, typically with both of us doing it, and unfortunately sometimes people don't show. We have to call them or ask for an email. So we typically will get them all in. So be generous with the groups you recommend, because we'll be there and we'd love to talk to. I mean, we'll be there virtually and we'd love to talk to people.
So Rich, what would be helpful if you would send us all an email? I think you have everyone's email with the 2 questions on the email and that you expect it back by Monday.
Okay, and then I will attach the timeline.
Okay, perfect.
Anything else that any directors need tonight from us?
Thank you very much for being here this late with us,
Oh,
and we will be talking with you soon.
Thank you very much. Look
Thank
forward
you.
to this. Thank you.
Good evening.
Bye-bye.
Good night. We are on consent items, everybody. Okay, so we're pulling F2 and
Did we need to
F8.
pull it or were we just hearing comment on it?
Well, yes, we're going to hear comments on it. So let's start with approving consent items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3 through 7, and then 9 through 12.
Move to approve F 3 through 7 and 9 through 12.
Second.
Okay, can we have that vote, please? That was McCormick and De La Cruz.
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Medina,
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye, thank you. And on F2, on approval of personnel transactions, we did have Michael Carlin Goldberg ask for a comment on that. So let's hear from him, or anybody else wants to talk about that.
So this is a call for public comment on item F2. If you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. And Micah, if you would still like to comment, would you please raise your hand? I do see one hand raised, and it is not Micah, so let's call on Kelly Wood. Kelly, are you there? President Fong, I have a feeling that this hand might have been raised accidentally. And I do not see Micah's hand raised.
All right, so board, this is a consent item. Action on this, please, or questions or comments. Director Flores. I think we would all say ditto to that. All right, can I have a motion on this item?
Move to approve F2.
Second.
Okay, so that was moved by Jill McCormick and seconded by Alegria de la Cruz. Let's have that vote, please, Adina.
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Medina,
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye. What if we didn't approve it? Okay.
So is it actually Diana? Or is it a typo? Because if it's a typo, maybe that gives us an out.
No, it is Diana. It is
Diana?
Diana.
Okay, well, then I think we have to approve it.
It's too late. Yeah, you approve.
This means sorry. Okay, we're moving on. F8. And we had a board member would like to comment on this, I believe. Was that
Yes,
you?
yeah, I have questions. So first off, well, this reminds me of something we kind of saw about maybe about a year, maybe more ago. But I have questions. First off, in terms of like this program, it sounds like it's for our graduates, right?
Correct.
But I'm curious as to, it talked about like getting degree credits, and I'm wondering about the accreditation of this program, the honors pathway. Like, are they accredited? Who are they accredited by? I couldn't find anything on their website, so.
Yeah, so they're accredited by WASC Senior.
Okay, and in terms of like funding, do we know like who pays for this program?
Yeah,
Is
so
there a cost to the students type of thing, or?
it's not funded at all through K-12 funding. They use higher education sources. They have a micro college scholarship. They have grant funding, and they also have some other universities scholarships that they partake in.
So I guess my major concern with this is it seems like, I think we've addressed something similar to this in the past. For me, I'm an avid supporter of public education. I feel that we've got a lot of like systems that are supposed to help students get up to like the college ready level within our public schools, such as Santa Rosa Junior College. I think this in one sense kind of competes with our Santa Rosa Junior College and other public institutions, and simultaneously also maybe gives preference to this program over other potential similar programs from the private sector. So personally, I'm opposed to this contract because I feel that there's a lot of like good programs within the JC and other community colleges, as well as universities. But I imagine the students that this targets would probably potentially not be at the level for a four-year institution directly, from kind of what this sounds like. But I think there's a lot of good programs that exist that this would compete with. And so I'm not supportive of this contract.
No, I thank you for your perspective. I can tell you that I think that, especially after this last year with, and also the 83 days missed for our students, that to have this stepping stone for some of our most vulnerable students is an important option for them. It's not the only option, as you just stated, that there are opportunities within the JC and other industries and also just business sectors. But with only 13% of students who attend a California community college are ready for their first year of math and English. And I think with also the year that we've had, this is an important stepping stone for our students. And also this program does offer 500 hours of coaching and tutoring. It is very specialized. And I think part of the reason why we have the MOU is to assure that we also reach out to those students with the greatest needs. So just like the IGP, for our seniors, I do think this is another opportunity for them to be able to participate in.
And what this does in terms of what our responsibility to this organization is us, do we give them access to our information, or do we give like parents information about this program to direct them towards them? Because if this is for our graduate students, then at that point, I'm wondering like, what is our involvement? Like, are we letting them use our facilities for something, or what do they get out of the contract there?
Well, we start engaging students currently now who are seniors that will be graduating, who we believe could possibly utilize a program like this. And so while we don't give them access, obviously, to student records, we do offer parent nights, we offer information meetings for our seniors, and we provide opportunities for them to engage and ask questions and see if micro college would be a good fit for them.
And the other thing, I think of like things such as like college nights or events such as those that, expose students to lots of different opportunities. That I don't think we have contracts with any of those organizations. Why is a contract needed to focus on one organization versus maybe having events that we allow students more access to a broad spectrum of programs and colleges and universities.
I guess from my perspective and from the teaching and learning perspective, and you're right, this did come to us about a year ago, and they've made some significant changes to address some of the concerns that were brought up. I'm just going to go back to the fact that I think that it's really about providing different opportunities and stepping stones for students who might need a little bit of extra support.
I think of it as a different environment for students who need that extra support, that 500 hours of coaching. I've actually looked into this program in the Valley, Stockton, Sacramento, and talked to my colleagues that are there that are have the program as well. It just really serves students who need a smaller environment with really like almost like a college level instructional aid or a partner, because it isn't so much maybe the coursework as it is the navigating the process, or maybe they've got navigating the process, but getting that together with the coursework just doesn't work for them. It's just another way to individualize the first year of college or the fifth year of a senior. Maybe they're going on into a fifth year, and maybe we can kill two birds with one stone. So it's a pretty unique situation. It isn't just for any old kid who can really do well at the JC or the university. I really feel this is a niche group of students who just need something different, individualized. Yeah.
And just my last question, because Dr. Guzman or Assistant Superintendent Guzman, you just mentioned that yes, they had come to us previously. I was kind of confused because it said not applicable as this is a new contract. So I thought, okay, maybe this is something similar but not the same. But if it was them that came to us previously, I remember one of the things that came up then was that there was some sort of tie or affiliation with some sort of like religious university, or a university that was tied to some sort of religion. So is this still that same organization, and is there still that same tie?
So Micro College is a non-sectarian program, but that's not religious. But some of their partner universities may have religious affiliations, but they do not have those affiliations. And I would say that as a district, we've also used BYU for credit recovery, and we also have utilized for our teachers to be able to get additional units from some private universities that have religious affiliations as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I just asked because their website really didn't have too much information. So
yeah, I can send it through Dr. Kitamura. They do have an FAQ, and I apologize that I didn't add that to the contract, but I'm happy to send that information to Dr. Kitamura to forward on to you.
thank you.
I see no other hands up for questions.
My hand's up.
Excuse me, go ahead.
It's not a question though, it's a comment. So would you like me to wait? Are we going to have public comment on it since we pulled
We are
it?
going to have public comment on this.
Okay, I'll wait.
So public comment on item F8. If anyone would like to comment on F8, please raise your hand at this time. Laura Ryan.
Good evening, board and Superintendent Kitamura and directors. And assistant superintendents. I'm just curious. I was looking over the agenda minutes or abstract information, and I see that it mentions low income students, and I'm wondering, I just love to get more information about this. And I'm also curious, is this open to special education students who have graduated, who are college capable, but definitely not college ready. So it looks like a really exciting program. I just would love to have some more information about it. So thank you so much. Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Director McCormick.
Just a couple of things. One is that issue of our high school seniors' readiness for English and math. That is a very real problem and issue, which any program that helps bridge that gap or sets our students up or our graduates up for success, especially in this, I mean, that first semester or first year can be so crucial, whether they're going to stick with it or not. And if they're really struggling in those key classes right off the get-go, it makes it really hard. And I don't care what student and what level of readiness they have when they come in as freshmen in college, they need a lot of guidance and academic advising and support. And a big difference from the K-12 scenario to a college scenario is that there is way less hand-holding and people saying, I'm gonna guide you and put you in this program because it's gonna help you. And that there's so much more self-advocacy that has to happen for people to even find supports, even though there's lots and lots of amazing supports out there, but students get lost and they don't realize the supports that are out there and they don't tap into it. So anything that we can do to help bridge that gap, I think is really important. And the other thing, kind of a side note and a little bit different context, but we're starting to do some survey work with alumni and teachers and administrators in preparation for our mission vision that we're developing on the Made in Santa Rosa Foundation. And the students and alumni that we have talked to, almost all of them said something about a special program or a specific program that a lot of them had the opportunity to be involved in when they were a K-12 student, and everyone was like, more. The students were like, more stuff like this. We need more access to stuff like this. And this is a good example of something like that. So I'm in support of this, especially since there is, in black and white right there, no fiscal impact to the district. So there you go.
Director Medina and then Director Manieri.
Yeah, I think, just kind of responding to what you said, Director McCormick, I don't think this is one of the programs that's part of the K-12 experience, because this is post K-12, right? It's after they graduate. And so I would disagree on that end, but I would agree that programs within a K-12 experience are definitely helpful and definitely supportive. And I wish we could do more of that. I feel that I think given this proposal, the need for something like this is there. And I think we should really look to it as an opportunity to build a stronger partnership and relationship with our local institutions like SRJC to build more of this that's housed locally and is part of our local community and supports our local community college that is also in need of more students attending and has their own issues and supports our own local jobs. So I would add that, and I think this need, whether it be both on math and English, that has been an issue for so long, like the past 20 years that I've been active within education advocacy within our local institutions of higher education. So that's been a big issue. I think we know internally we have issues specifically around math. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done around that. But I feel that we really need to develop our partnerships with other programs. And this, I don't know, just something just hasn't sat right with me around this. And I think that there's a lot of programs out there that I know of within our institutions that go underfilled, and maybe we need to do a better job of promoting some of those programs for students that meet the situation locally, so that some of those programs could get fully filled and students could participate in those programs. And so maybe those are some of the other partnerships that we should look into and develop. So again, I'm going to vote no on this contract.
Director Manieri.
I just want to say that I'm in alignment with what Director McCormick has been saying about, anything that can support our students. And I'm seeing that there's no financial impact to our district, and, it doesn't, I can understand why we would want to explore a program like this. And a lot of the programs that I know about in the community, I mean, I run like an academic program that is outside of K through 12, but supplements the K through 12 experience. And we don't offer college credit. That's not something that we can do. And so that's something that is unique to this program that I really like. And to Dr. Kitamura's point, I really do see it filling in a niche. It's very specific, and it's something that these are the types of things that help to fill gaps, really. And I understand, and I'm completely in agreement with you, Director Medina, that there are, you know, really great programs and institutions that we can really look to for these kinds of things. But I don't know a lot of them that offer college credit, to be quite honest. With that, I would just like to make a motion to approve the contract between Honors Pathway and Santa Rosa City Schools to provide a micro college program for recent.
Second.
Okay, we have a comment or a question, Director Flores. All right, so there is a motion, and Director Medina.
Yeah, so I think in terms of like, okay, so there's a motion, but I think then if people are considering agreeing on this, then I think there's more information that's needed for me. If this is accredited and it gets college credits, I'm curious as to, you know, are those college credits that are transferable to other schools that are accepted? Do they meet general education requirements? What type of focus is there? I believe, can they get like an associate's degree with this program, or is it how many credits can they get? If they can get a degree in what? Because those are, I think, valid things to consider. If you're just saying you're getting college credit, what does that mean? That could, you know, have consequences in terms of whether those are transferable or not, and to what extent. So I think I would want to know more.
So yes, they can do 1 to 2 years, up to 66 units to get an AA degree to transfer. They offer general education courses required by public state universities, including CSUs and UCs, that are transferable.
IGETC?
Say that again, IGETC?
Yeah, the IGETC intersegmental general education transferable credit thing.
I didn't hear you, sorry. It's very windy here in Sebastopol. They do follow IGETC.
Jill McCormick, your hand's still up, and then Ever Flores, your hand is up.
I just wanted to call for the question.
All right. That was seconded by who now? Director Sheffield's hand. I see that.
yeah.
Okay, so let's take that vote.
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Medina,
Aye.
President Fong.
Aye, thank you very much. Assistant Superintendent Guzman.
So just for clarification, that was a vote on the call to the question, not a vote on the motion.
I don't know what
Right.
you're talking about.
Director McCormick called the question. Director Sheffield seconded it. You need 2/3 to pass the call of the question motion. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that that's what we voted on.
So that second was for the actual original motion, but, so let's vote again, because it passed, right?
Yes, the call of the question passed.
So let's vote on.
Okay, so let's vote on the motion.
There you go.
Adina, we're going to need to do that for the motion. And that was motioned by Jill McCormick and seconded by Ed Sheffield.
No, it was Director Manieri and Director Sheffield.
Sorry, I didn't make if the confusion is on my end, I didn't make a motion for a call for question. I'm not sure what that is. I made a motion to approve the contract. And that was what was seconded by Director Sheffield, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's what we're voting on now.
Adina, did you catch that? It was motioned by Stephanie Manieri and seconded by Ed Sheffield.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Medina,
No.
President Fong.
Aye. Thank you. We are moving on to G1 with approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting held on February 10th, 2021.
I move to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting held on February 10th, 2021.
Second.
I had a amendment real quick. Let me find it.
Yeah, I have something too. Hold on. But it's frozen. Where is it? Okay, my computer has given up tonight.
Yeah, this is weird. It's not
It
coming
won't
up for me either.
Move.
I think
Something happened to it. I had to back all the way out and get back on.
Yeah, I'm gonna refresh and, oh shoot, well, now we've broken assembly.
We've broken that. Director Medina, do you have your item? Do you have your comment about this?
I don't remember exactly. Let's see, I'm trying to go by memory here. I think it was item E3 where there was a motion to extend the meeting.
Yeah,
where
that's the same thing.
That's the same thing that you had?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just said no vote, but I think it's fake. Acknowledge that there was a unanimous consent or something of that nature is what it was.
Adina, what's the area that was that we fixed?
I'm double checking right now.
It recorded it as no vote recorded, but it was
Correct,
during
that's
that
what-
glitch. We were having glitches in the system, and it should have been ayes, not eyes, but AYES. Sorry. I can't get him back into the system. Oh,
Yeah, I think somebody's down at this point.
I'm getting back in now.
We can table this till next time.
I'm good if that's the same change that Director Kitamura had, and if we're all
Yeah,
okay with it,
me
you know,
just-
and Director De La Cruz and whoever seconded it accept it as a friendly amendment, then that's fine by me. Looks like it's back up.
Yeah.
Okay, can you everybody review that again? Because I'm also struggling with getting that back up.
I'm finding it. Hold on.
Yeah, it just came up.
It was after my report, I believe.
It was under the discussion for the readiness for in-person school by March 1st update. It said vote not recorded, and it should be aye.
Right. So
Which number was that?
It's E3, the motion to extend the length of the meeting past 10. That motion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It should be aye, but it simply recorded it as vote not recorded. So
Okay, it was unanimous.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll make those changes. If you move it with those changes, then we will add the corrected minutes.
Yeah, so if Director De La Cruz and whoever seconded it are okay with those as a friendly amendment, then we're good.
Totally fine with it. Adelante.
Okay. Who seconded it?
Jill seconded my minutes.
Okay.
All right, Adina,
Oh,
Director Lopez,
Aye.
Director De La Cruz,
Aye.
Director McCormick,
Aye.
Director Manieri,
Aye.
Director Sheffield,
Aye.
Director Flores, Director Medina,
Aye.
President Fong.
aye, thank you. Board members have any requests for information moving forward? I see none. Is there anything else for the good of the order?
just to note, AR 6145 brought forward by Dr. Guzman around waiving eligibility for kids to be able to play in sports due to what's going on with the pandemic. It's like a double waiver. So it's a great thing. It's a good thing. So.
And I believe it actually answers Omar Lopez's, some of his questions that he brought up as well. So.
Yep. We hear you. We hear you. Okay.
He said thumbs up. Anything else, Dr. Kitamura?
Isn't that enough, President?
We just want you for every single minute that we have you.
Please, please. Okay.
All right, everybody, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.